very good morning to all of you, and a very good morning and happy birthday to Professor Anupam Varma sir. On behalf of the Division of Plant Pathology, I welcome all of you to this webinar for the celebrating of 80th birthday of the Dian of the Plant Biology, Professor Anupam Varma. Under his guidance and umbrella, all of us have grown and established ourselves in the field of biology. Sir, along with all of us, I wish many of more returns of the day and we wish Almighty the
Madam, wish
activity.
you happy birthday.
I know this kind of virtual celebration is missing that personal touch, but at least it is definite that it brought almost all the persons who are associated with you from different corners of the world. Today we can able to celebrate, we can witness this auspicious occasion. To start the program, I'd like to request Dr. R.K. Jain, ex-Joint Director Education IRI, and one of the earliest students of Professor Varma to welcome the audience and share his experience with us.
Thank you, Dr. Anupam, Professor Anupam Varma, Madam Varma, Dr. Singh, Director IARI, Dr. Banwal, in charge Plant Biology Unit and Professor of Plant Pathology, distinguished colleagues from overseas and inland, and distinguished students. This is indeed a very happy occasion today. As you all know that we have gathered to celebrate 80th birth anniversary of Professor Anupam Varma, which coincides with the 80th anniversary of a popular journal in virology, that is Virology. These days, we often talk of reverse genetics, reverse engineering, and so on. If we go that by way, then Professor Varma is only sweet 18. He is only 18 years old. He is an icon in the field of plant pathology in general and plant virology in particular. All of you will agree with me that he stands out in any gathering because of his towering personality. Professor Varma has passion for IARI. The testimony of that lies in the fact that he has served IARI for more than 50 years in various capacities. And even now, he is associated with one of the prestigious program of IARI as advisor, that is ANASTU, that is Establishment of Afghanistan National Agricultural Science and Technology University in Kandahar. If we really look at the development of plant virology in the country since 1922, we find there are 4 distinct phases. That is descriptive era or the empirical era, the biological era, the serological era, and the molecular era. And Professor Varma is fortunate to have seen all the 4 eras of plant virology. And I will not be wrong if I say that he is the father of molecular plant virology in the country. And this reminds me of a very famous dialogue of Amitabh Bachchan, that is, हम जहां खड़े होते हैं वहीं से लाइन शुरू हो जाती है. Similarly, Professor Varma जहां खड़े होते हैं वहीं से virology शुरू हो जाती है. In fact, he has played a very vital role in the human resource development in the science of plant virology. He is an architect of establishing national certification system for tissue culture raised plants in the country under DBT. His contribution to virology science is enormous, and it will be difficult to enlist in a short time. However, I will leave to my senior colleagues to list them. You will all agree with me that COVID-19 pandemic has put the virology in the headlines of media worldwide. Virology, which has been an obscure science, has now become a prominent science and about which everyone talks about it. So, what does this newly achieved fame for virology should mean to us? I think first we should need to educate the general public, the politicians, and the administrators. Also, we need to initiate the teaching of virology in schools, and we should tell our children what is a virus, what is a vaccine, how does the vaccine control viruses, and so on and so forth. Last but not the least, we need to establish a national network on viruses, and I request Dr. Barnwal to initiate this so that we have able to develop preparedness for the viruses. Otherwise, we shall be leaving our doors open for viruses like African swine fever in case of pigs and animals, tomato brown rugose fruit virus, and so on. Professor Varma, I'm sure in his presentation, will certainly touch upon these points. And in the end, on my own and everybody's behalf, I wish Professor Varma many happy returns of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts and remarks. And Head Division of Plant Pathology, Dr. Reshmi Agarwal, has to deliver a address, but due to some personal reason, she couldn't able to attend the meeting personally. But she has shared that thing for all of you.
Most respected Professor Anupam Varma, an icon in the field of plant pathology, in particular plant virology, Honorable Director of the Institute, Dr. Ashok Kumar Singh, Dr. R.K. Jain, ex-Dean IARI, Professor V.K. Baranwal, other distinguished invitees, students of Professor Varma who are holding very important positions nationally and internationally, scientists, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed my pleasure and great opportunity to offer my gratitude to Professor Anupam Varma on this occasion of his 80th birth anniversary. Indeed, I am short of words in expressing myself. Professor Varma is a role model for all of us and for the generations to come. His phenomenal contributions in the field of plant virology is unparalleled. I personally feel his scholarly approach principled with true conscience endeared the love of his students and colleagues. I take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to Professor Varma for his kind support, inspiration, and guidance. Sir, enjoy life and be healthy always, and keep blessing us for many more years.
I'd like to request Dr. V.K. Baranwal to welcome our director, sir.
Very good morning. Greetings to one and in particular, I greet Professor Anupam Varma, a visionary leader, teacher par excellence, and above all, a great human being on his 80th birthday. May he continue to have a good health and keep us guiding in our pursuit to excellence in life. I would just touch upon his brief life, his career in fact. Professor Varma started his career in virology when he enrolled for his PhD degree with Professor Andrew Gibbs in UK in mid-1960s. At that time, electron microscopy was considered as most advanced tool to study viruses, and he used it extensively to decipher the structure of flexuous virus particles. Since then, he has modulated himself with advances in virology in the area of serology, molecular diagnostics, genome characterization, transgenic, and RNAi. His one publication on bigomovirus in Annals of Applied Biology has been cited more than 700 times. One can see his kind of contribution on bigomoviruses particularly. In fact, he is credited with establishing a school of molecular virology in India, as Dr. Jain has already said. And I came in contact with him as early as 1985 when I visited IARI in connection with my PhD program. But my close interaction began in 1995 when I applied for National Associateship of DVT and could not get it. But he then offered me a 3 month stint at ACPV in a World Bank project. And since then, with his support, I have been working in close contact with him. I have not looked back since then. He bestowed confidence in me and entrusted the responsibilities of organizing the international conference in 2008 as well as in 2020. His contribution in establishing the NCSTCP with IRI as referral center has led to the production of virus-free certified banana and other tissue culture plant to the tune of 3 to 4 million plants per year. With this, I close my remarks about Professor Varma, and now it will be my great pleasure to welcome our Honorable Director, Dr. A.K. Singh, who readily agreed to join this event on 80th birthday celebration of Professor Anupam Varma. Dr. A.K. Singh has a long association with Professor Varma, and I would request him to say a few words on this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bernwal, and I'm really thankful to all of you and Dr. Sally in particular, who made me part of this glorious function. Professor Anupam Verma, Mrs. Verma, all his students, colleagues, Dr. Jain. On behalf of students and staff of IRI, I convey my best wishes to Professor Verma for his 80th birthday and pray Almighty for his health. And मेरी यही कामना है कि आप सतायु हों और उससे भी आगे अपनी जो सेवा है वह देश को, विज्ञान को हमेशा देते रहें, ये हमारी दिली कामना है, इच्छा है. I have been a great beneficiary of association with Professor Verma. When I joined IRI in 1995 and they started teaching genetics courses, in 1999 we had a human resource development program funded by World Bank, where he was kind enough to identify me and to send at Texas A&M University for a SART training program of 4 months, where I participated in teaching program while doing courses. And that's where I came to realize the strength that we have had in our training at IRI. And we could realize that we are second to none, we are one to one. And on coming back, he shouldered the number of responsibilities, he gave it to me for teaching. And not only that, his follow-up. I remember 5-6 years later, when he was sitting in virology building, one day he called me on his own and he said he would like to discuss with me, bring your publications, bring your other achievements that you have made. And probably he had something in mind. I went and met him, and that was so inspiring that when you support youngsters, hold their hands, there is nothing that can be compared with that. Whenever I meet him, handshake with Professor Verma is a great experience. His hands are so strong, और जिसका हाथ आप पकड़ लेते हैं उसका कल्याण हो जाता है. तो मैं तो यही कहूँगा कि सर आपके सानिध्य में हम लोगों ने बहुत कुछ सीखा है. आपको देख करके बहुत सारी चीजें एमुलेट करने की कोशिश करते हैं. आपकी जो बोलने की क्षमता है, चॉइस ऑफ वर्ड्स है, मैन ऑफ फ्यू वर्ड्स, but very effective in communication, whether it is deliberation in academy and scientific matter, and also very clear in his thought, without mincing any words. If truth is truth, he will call it as as it is, without making any if and but. So his contribution at National Academy of Agriculture Sciences and very policy matters, advisory to the government, has been unique, which not many people can come out so clearly. We are so fortunate to have you, sir, with us, and also IRI is particularly fortunate that you are holding the flag of ANASTU, and this institution is playing a very big role in Afghanistan for building agriculture in that country. Your involvement in developing this facility of ANASTU, developing their program, involvement with the students. Recently, when we had a batch of about 20 students from Afghanistan, they were doing courses in horticulture. And then suddenly this COVID thing came. These students had completed their course and they had to go back. He was so much of concern that at least 4 or 5 times he called me to make it sure that these students are dropped at the airport and they are not faced with any inconvenience. So that's the kind of concern that he has for the job that he has taken for the people in general. I am very, very thankful to Dr. Sally for making part of this function and wish you all a great deliberation. I look forward to listen to Dr. Varma on his presentation and all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks and sharing your experience with us. Now it is the time to celebrate the birthday boy celebration of the birthday event. I am requesting Dr. Shelly Praveen, Head Division of Biochemistry, IRI, to conduct this session. Shelly, madam, please.
आप सबको मेरा नमस्कार। सबसे पहले डॉक्टर अनुपम वर्मा, मिसेस प्रभाती वर्मा, मंदिरा एंड आशी, आप सबका हार्दिक अभिनंदन। सर के 80वें वर्षगांठ पे आज हम सब एकत्रित हुए हैं और जैसा कि आप जानते हैं, अपनी भावनाओं को बोलने के लिए अपनी मातृभाषा सबसे अच्छा माध्यम होती है, इसलिए मुझे क्षमा करना जो लोग मुझे नहीं समझ पाएंगे। मैं अपना आज वक्तव्य हिंदी में देना चाहूँगी। तो ये जो समय हमने निर्धारित किया था कि हम एक सेलिब्रेशन करेंगे, तो सर ने हमें निर्देश दिया कि ना तो कोई बर्थडे केक की हम बात करें और मैडम ने लड्डू का प्रावधान किया था, मगर सर ने कहा क्योंकि लड्डू हम सब खा नहीं पाएंगे क्योंकि वर्चुअल मीटिंग है, इस वजह से लड्डू भी हम तभी खाएंगे जब हम सब आपस में मिल पाएंगे। तो उस विषय में हम ये पूरा सेलिब्रेशन एक दूसरे माध्यम से करना चाहेंगे। और जैसा कि आप सबने सुना सर के बारे में, तो मैं एक शेयर करना चाहती हूँ एक स्लाइड, जो एक प्लाक हमने सर के लिए बनाया था और इसमें आई होप ये आप सब लोग देख पा रहे होंगे।
Yes.
इसका टाइटल हमने दिया था, वंस इन ए लाइफ टाइम यू मीट समवन हु चेंजेस एवरीथिंग। ये वक्तव्य इसलिए लिखा क्योंकि मेरा मानना ये है, मैं अपनी पर्सनल लाइफ के बारे में जो कहना चाहती हूँ कि ये मेरे लिए बिल्कुल मान्य है ये वाक्य, क्योंकि जब से मैं सर से मिली और उनको बहुत तरह से विज्ञान में और अपने और जीविका में मैंने उनको फॉलो किया, तो मेरे में बहुत सारी चीजें चेंज हुई। और ये जो सेंटेंस है, हम में से जो भी लोग यहाँ उपस्थित हैं, मेरे सहयोगी और उनके स्टूडेंट, वो सब ये मानते हैं कि सर से मिलने के बाद सभी की लाइफ में बहुत सारे चेंजेस आए। सर के बारे में जो डॉक्टर जैन और डॉक्टर बर्नेवाल ने उनके बारे में बताया, थोड़ी सी ब्रीफ मैं उनके बारे में बताना चाहूंगी कि सर का जन्म दिल्ली में ही हुआ है 1940 में। प्रारंभिक शिक्षा इन्होंने इलाहाबाद से की और उच्च शिक्षा के लिए ये यूनाइटेड किंगडम गए और तब से लगभग 50 वर्षों से वहां से आने के बाद ये भारतीय कृषि अनुसंधान संस्थान से जुड़े रहे हैं। विभिन्न पदों पे इन्होंने कार्य किया। और जहां तक वायरोलॉजी विज्ञान की बात है, तो उसमें मैं कहना चाहती हूँ कि जब रिकॉम्बिनेंट डीएनए टेक्नोलॉजी का समावेश हो रहा था हमारे विज्ञान में, तो उसका वायरोलॉजी के विज्ञान में लाने में सर का महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा। और मॉलिक्यूलर प्लांट वायरोलॉजी, जैसा कि डॉक्टर जैन ने बताया, उसमें इनका विशेष योगदान है। और एडवांस सेंटर ऑफ प्लांट वायरोलॉजी की जो संरचना हुई प्लांट पैथोलॉजी विभाग में, उसका पूरा का पूरा श्रेय सर को जाता है। और 1993 में जब मैंने IRI ज्वाइन किया, तो एज ए बायोकेमिस्ट जब मैं पहली बार सर से मिली थी, तो इतनी प्रभावित हुई कि उसके बाद मैंने ये निर्णय लिया कि मैं अपना आगे का करियर वायरोलॉजी में बिताना पसंद करूंगी। और इसके साथ ही मैं ये बताना चाहती हूँ कि वायरोलॉजी जब एक सब्जेक्ट की तरह से उभर रहा था, तभी हमारे जो टिश्यू कल्चर रेस्ड प्लांट हैं वो वायरस फ्री हो, इसके लिए जो डीबीटी का एक निर्णायक प्रोग्राम सामने आया और भारतीय राजपत्र में, गैजेट में भी इसका नोटिफिकेशन आया, और आज भी ये इतना मान्य है ये प्रोग्राम, और इसके जन्मदाता डॉक्टर अनुपम वर्मा है, क्योंकि शुरुआत से हम इस प्रोग्राम से जुड़े हुए हैं और उसका इम्पैक्ट बहुत सारे लोगों की जिंदगी पे कैसे पड़ा, उनके रोजगार पे कैसे पड़ा, ये हमने इसका हमने देखा है। तो ये मैं बताना चाहती हूँ कि ये इनका एक विशेष कंट्रीब्यूशन है। इसके अलावा जैसे सब लोगों ने कहा कि एक कुशल नेतृत्व रखते हैं, इनका एक व्यक्तित्व बड़ा डिफरेंट है और जिससे भी मिलते हैं उसको बहुत प्रभावित करते हैं। तो हम सभी लोग ये जानते हैं और हम सभी लोग इनके प्रभाव में रहे हैं इतने वर्ष। तो मैं इस मौके पे विशेष रूप से सर आपको शुभकामनाएं देती हूँ और आशा करती हूँ कि आने वाले समय में भी आपका ये स्नेह और आभार बना रहेगा। इस विषय पे मैं एक बार ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि ना सर केवल हम लोगों से विज्ञान के रूप में जुड़े रहे, बल्कि हमारे सामान्य जीवन में भी हमने बहुत सारी चीजें सर से सीखी हैं और एक परिवार के रूप में सर ने हम सबका पोषण किया है। और इसलिए मैं कहना चाहती हूँ कि ना केवल हम बल्कि हमारे परिवार भी सर के परिवार से जुड़े हैं और हमारे जो हमारी जो पीढ़ी है वो भी इनको एक ग्रैंडफादर और ग्रैंड मदर की तरह से मिसेस प्रभाती वर्मा ने भी हमें स्नेह और दिया है। इस सब के लिए हमारा बहुत बहुत आभार। और मैं इस अपने वक्तव्य को समाप्त करते हुए अपने निदेशक महोदय जिन्होंने सहर्ष हमारा निवेदन स्वीकार किया और आज के फंक्शन में उपस्थित हुए, मैं बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ डॉक्टर ए.के. सिंह का। और इसके अतिरिक्त हमारे जो भी मेहमान और मैं कह सकती हूँ हमारे परिवार के सदस्य जो देश और विदेश से इस समय जुड़े हुए हैं, उनमें जैसे डॉक्टर हनु पप्पू, अभिजीत रॉय, उषा शर्मा और ये सारे हमारे निवेदन पे यहाँ आज हैं, इन सब के लिए मेरा बहुत बहुत आभार। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं अपना वक्तव्य समाप्त करती हूँ और अपने वक्तव्य समाप्त करने से पहले मैं सर से निवेदन करती हूँ कि सर आपने 50 वर्षों से भारतीय कृषि अनुसंधान संस्थान को देखा है, तो मैं ये जानना चाहती हूँ कि आप उस समय का संस्थान, आज का संस्थान और 2050 में आप इस संस्थान को कैसे देखते हैं, इस पे अगर आप थोड़ी अपना टिप्पणी दें तो हम लोगों को फायदा होगा कि हम लोग भी ये सोच पाएंगे कि आगे का IRI कैसा हो। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अनिर्बन मुझे समय देने के।
Thank you, madam. So, if we are not able to actually celebrate that kind of celebration which we always share the cake cutting or laddu ceremony, but anyway, as Shelly madam says that a visionary like Professor Varma always guide us to streamline all of our research in the field of plant virology. Sir, today again we would like to hear from you your vision on the future of plant virology in India, which will help us prepare ourselves for the future endeavor. Sir, please give your remarks.
Thank you, Anirban. Before I come in, is it possible to request some other people like Dr. P.B.S. Sharma, Dr. Ajit Kumar Varma, Usha Sharma, H.N. Varma, Hanu Pappu, Arun Dhar, Vani, who are there at a far distance away. So if we hear something from them and then I come in, will that be okay for you?
Okay.
Okay then. So you take over, Banwal.
Okay. As respected Professor Barma sir has desired, we can request our esteemed guest on this occasion. Maybe we can request Professor H.N. Varma sir.
Professor Varma and Pravati Varma ji, बहुत नमस्कार आप लोगों को. It has been an absolute honor and privilege for me to have been associated with Professor Varma for more than 55 years now. I still remember when he came back from Rotham Estate and came to Lucknow to see my mentor, Professor G.S. Varma, and he was looking after for certain position at various institutions. So he came to Lucknow University also. I still remember the day when we met on that day. As you all know, he is a charismatic leader. His light-hearted ways are a source of motivation for all and is a great mentor and guide, as all of you have said earlier. His poise and patience are laudable, I must say. He radiates a warmth and decency that speaks volumes about him. His total immersion to science, as I have seen for the last 55 years, is exemplary for the youngsters. I have great love and admiration for this icon personality. Whosoever has worked with him has grown tremendously personally as well as professionally as a result of his guidance. His light-hearted ways make it extremely enjoyable to work with him both in and out of office settings. He is easily approachable, as all of you know who have worked with him, motivating and empowering, and his mere presence and avid uplifting experience. He is an avid researcher, as you have all said, and a man with innovative vision. A profoundly honored and distinguished scientist of the country, he is the strongest pillar of the Indian virology in particular, and then of plant pathology. On his 80th birthday, I wish to such an academic icon a long, healthy, and productive life in the years to come. I wish him glorious, happy years ahead with full of positive energy to motivate and inspire his friends, colleagues, and younger generation. Wish you a very happy birthday, Professor Varma, again, and you be there to guide us and all the youngsters in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, HL. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I invite now Dr. Usha Sharma?
So at the outset, I would like to wish very, very happy birthday to Professor Varma and also the family, Mrs. Varma and Mandira, Abhijit, and all of you. It's a great day of celebration of Professor Varma. And my association with the Professor Varma has been for several decades. And we are associated for several decades along with the families. In fact, Mrs. Varma is a good friend of me, and then children are known to us and everything. And what the great thing I benefited is by our association with Professor Varma is I learned a lot of things from him because we had a collaborative aspect in our work. He is in agricultural science and I was in CSIR system working on the various aspects of the things. But whenever we met, we always discussed in academics about the academics, and then slowly we developed collaboration and interaction of the scientific interactions very well. And it was such a wonderful thing for me to remember and then continue to have it. That his spirit of interest for inquisitiveness and interest for new things and his learning attitude all the time, and that dedication, sincerity to that part of it, learning, and also immediately looking for an application. How is it going to be useful? Is one thing I think which has benefited a lot of his students, and then including me. I also evolved myself into various things interacting with him. And not only just the academic part of it, as Shelley has already mentioned about it, as a human being, I think he is having a great personality, is a great visionary. He can think ahead of many things and, attribute the things. And very kind to people, very helpful to the people. Wherever he is, he enlightens the environment, and all his students and all his colleagues, always everybody is very happy with him and ready to learn more and more things. And I think as a family also, my children, he has given a lot of directions to them and even directions to us, and we are in Dwarka because of him and so close. So with all these things, I can say that he is one of the closest persons, and his family is one of the closest family to us. And we remember always this and wish him a very happy and comfortable, healthy life, and he should contribute much more and continue to contribute in future also. So I wish all the best for him and family. And with that, I conclude my this one.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank all of you for your good wishes. I mean, it makes the day so wonderful to be here and with you, and so many kind words. It's difficult. I wonder if I deserve that all, but it's so nice of you. It's good to hear always good words. We have here the friends. I wish we could personally meet, but I think perhaps we should thank Corona for opening up this platform. And I find my calendar more full now than it has ever been before. And that is the power of this technology. And I can only say that this technology we have been using for our Nastu program for nearly 5 years now, but in a limited manner. And now it is being used all over for teaching. So this can serve the purpose. I'm very thankful. We must thank Corona for bringing this up. I think we can make it a regular feature, especially for the directors. I'm happy that Dr. Ashok Singh is here. I know how busy he must be. But this technology has given him more time, because now he can call people, all the heads of departments, at a click that, okay, at 9:30 we are meeting, and they don't have to come. So this is a time saver technology which has come. Again, I'm gone. I don't know what is happening. Oh.
You are audible, sir.
No, I'm audible. Actually, I must switch off my phone, because when the call comes there, then this switches back. Just give me a minute. I will switch off the phone. Now this will not happen. Well, I have notes running into three, not notes, points running into 3 pages. But I wish Shelley had told me what she expects from me earlier. If she had told, it would have been much easier, and I think good for me. But anyway, I will try to make up. As everybody has said, let me tell you my story of virology. I wanted to have every opportunity to come to Delhi in that period of 63, 62, 63, and so on. In 63, there was an announcement in Hindustan Times that the government of India is has decided to open an institute of virology. I think if someone of you can help in getting back to Hindustan Times archives and get that. And we had not read V of virology. We did not know. And I was doing pathology, fungal pathology. So I'm actually a mycologist to start with. I've not described fully, but reported many species, new genera, and so on. But I said, let me get into virology. And this gave me an opportunity to apply for Commonwealth. In '64, I went to Commonwealth Fellowship, and I did not know virology, so the project has to be written. So what I did was I wrote a project on Borden's book, taking the preface from Borden's book, converted that into a project, and sent it, and mentioned that I would like to work with Borden. As the luck would have it, I was there accepted by Borden to work with him. So Borden was the director. At that time, and was my immediate supervisor. So virtually I always claim that I did PhD with Adrian, although the name perhaps on the thesis is that of Borden. That was an opportunity to learn. But before that, so my association with IERI starts in 1964 because I spent time with IERI in 64, 15 days, and then 15 days at Pune, because these were the two major centers of plant virology in the country. That gave me an idea as to what is happening in virology here. We learned, and then as H.L. Varma is telling that after I returned, I was looking for places or placement where I should go. And I felt that if there's any place, it is to be IERI, where I can do something, because this was the only place at that time which had an electron microscope, which Burnwal mentioned. We had, and that electron microscope was Philips 100, the very initial model. That initial model is now with the museum, Natural History Museum, because we arranged to send it there as a showpiece. I'm not going to details as to what happened later on, as and when we came through looking at this. So what we were doing at that time, just excuse me. So this I'm now talking about 67, when the period was active, looking at greater yields from various crops, and the country was really struggling. So at that time, I think that was a good time to be here. There were very few viral diseases if you look at it. There's a publication by, I don't remember the name, the Thomas, I think. He listed only 67 viruses in various forms and various crops across the country. But then suddenly the things started changing. And that is where the change came in, because we brought in a lot of germplasm of various crops. So we do not know which viruses have really been introduced. But we can know for those viruses which are basically not transmitted through seed. So in 60s, not 60s, sorry, in late 70s and early 80s, two serious problems emerged in the country. And that was one, in the case of cowpea golden mosaic, which was not there earlier, that emerged. That emerged is actually in 79, and it coincided with the introduction of germplasm from Nigeria. That virus within 4 years became the most serious problem in coffee. In cotton, because my friend J.P. Varma was working on cotton, and I've been going to cotton fields almost every year, going around and looking at the problems which cotton has. At that time, there was no leaf curl. But then in, I think it was 89, I was called to a field of cotton by Dr. Munshi Singh. Ashok will be with me. Munshi Singh was there, no? Ashok, are you there?
Yes, right. Yeah.
Munshi Singh. So, and he said, there's some physiological disorder. The moment I looked at those plants, I said, no, this is leaf curl disease of cotton, which doesn't occur in the country. I asked him, what is the source of this line? Or there were couple of lines which had it. He said, we'll have to look into the register. The breeders have a very special registration process. So I said, no, I simply want to know that is it of Sudan origin? And that he said, yes, it's Gazira. I said, okay, so that's it. He said, but we have got it from USA. I said, that doesn't matter. Because what we had done was that in that Barbados cotton, we had brought in susceptibility to the virus which already existed in the country. And that moved into those lines. So the first thing was that I said, please uproot them, do not allow this to build up, and requested the then director there that we should not be having this Barbados cotton grown here because the virus is there and that will move in. But that was the time when the things were moving very fast. So our honorable minister went to Israel and he brought in from there hybrid cotton, and which he grew on his farm near Ganga Nagar on a large scale. And with that, the result was that we started an epidemic. It also coincided with the epidemic which was occurring in Pakistan. And because these white flies flew in from Pakistan, they come in and we had this epidemic coming in. So I started saying that we should be careful of introducing genes for susceptibility, because we were talking all the time about resistant gene, but not the susceptibility gene. It is only now, and I'll come back to that, that we are talking about genes for susceptibility, which is now becoming an important area to be covered. So we had those epidemics. At the same time, in almost every crop, we had increase in the incidence. So I don't want to go into details of each crop. So that was the period which Rakesh also mentioned that, okay, this is happening. In early 1990s, Dr. S.K. Sinha called for a meeting of all the heads of departments in the main auditorium and asked them to project what should be done for the next 30 years in various subjects. And at that time, I took with me what I call them as young Turks. Rakesh Jain, I said anybody who's there at least until 2015 with us. Nina Mittar, she was on our staff. And I think Rashmi. And we went there and we developed a program which we call it a MODEM program. MODEM, MO stands for microorganisms. Now we have been neglecting microorganisms and virology becomes a part of it. So I'm not distinguishing between different pathogens. Then D for disease and diagnosis. E for epidemiology, and M for management. So the modem was tested at that time. And this modem, now nearly 20 years have gone or more than that, of that period. In fact, 30 years, I would say. And for the next 30 years, as Shelley says, what is going to be there until 2050, we still have those modem, if we keep modem in mind and work on it. So in modem now, a lot of, since then, the division of plant pathology, as well as other centers, have done marvelous work. So I'm sticking to virology in particular because that was the topic. During this period, we have developed strong centers, and especially Dr. Ashok Singh is here. I'm sure he must be knowing it, but I would like to know more about it. That we have now strong centers of virology, and if we look at it, starting from south, so we have a strong center at Trivandrum. Then we have at Calicut. Then we have a strong center at Bangalore. So I hope Makesh Kumar is here. Ishwar Bhatt I saw there. Krishna Reddy in Bangalore. And please, I may miss the sequence of coming. Then we have at Trichy, Salva Kumar is there. A very strong center. It's amazing to see those centers, the way they have come up. We already had a very strong center at Pune, and it is getting revival again because somehow we have lost that touch. That Pune center was developed in 1952. So it's more than nearly 60 years of history of that, or more than that. And that has made enormous contributions. Then we have in the northern India, IERI, NBPGR, JNU is coming up as a very strong center, which is, I would say, new center under Supriyo, and also Indranil Dasgupta. They are doing fantastic work. But from the point of view of agriculture, mainstream, these centers. So we should try to think that why it is so that there are so many good centers which have come up. And for Dr. Ashok Singh, all the people who have built those centers are our alumni. So we are proud of them for the good work which they are doing and developing strengths. I see Chinmay Biswas also. He's also working on a very difficult crop in a difficult area in Bengal. Rajendra Pant is here. Rajendra Pant had worked on orchids. Any crop you deal with. So where are the virus? Why there are not many centers? Although the virology, if you look at it, it started, say, at Pantnagar. Pantnagar was a very strong center of virology when Nene was there. But after that, gradually it lost. The reason is that fortunately for us, we do not have a virus disease of significance in wheat. We have virus disease in rice, which is very important, rice tungro. And rice tungro gave us a scare. If Ranil is here, he will confirm that in Punjab, rice tungro appeared. And that was a scare. And that was an aberration, which we have not been able to solve later, that how it is developing. But these centers which have come up there in South, and there's some centers of similar nature which have to come up in the North as well. That is because the viral diseases are a major problem in horticultural crops, vegetables and fruits. And the important crops like cassava, which is not for us that important. And that's why still, if you look from the world literature, the first crop affected of importance in the world comes up as cassava, followed by maize and then other things. So I would say that our development has been a need-based, and we have done well. Well, I see Malti's face. Malti has built up a strong center in Coimbatore of virology lately, and very rightly. Coimbatore was trying to build earlier, but it did not, and Malti helped in building that strong center. I'm not following any notes here. It's just to say that we have these important centers. This I call as a strong infrastructure, in a strong human resource which has come up. We have also built some institutions, like an institute which is there in Raipur, the new institute, Shivlingam is there, but a single-handed Shivlingam to look into the country's problem, because that's a national institute of biotic stresses. So we don't want to get into that because we'll get lost if we work at it. So what we have done, if we look at the modem, I keep coming to modem. So wonderful work has been done by our colleagues and friends on characterization of viruses, of sequencing those viruses, finding out their structure. This I'm talking about genetic structure, and deciphering everything. The only thing what part we missed from microorganisms, since Dr. Ajit Kumar Varma is here, he discovered a fungus which I called the magic fungus, P. indica. And that, I do not know, Ajit, are you able to hear me? Okay, yeah, but he's unmuted. He's unmuted, so cannot talk.
Yes, I can listen to you. I can listen.
Oh, you have done unmuting too. Very good. Now, this fungus, and correct me, Ajit, if I say anything wrong about that. This fungus, he isolated from Rajasthan sand, I would say. And I consider myself lucky to be one of the first ones to see the growth of that fungus. And Ajit may recall, I told him that you have something extraordinary in your hand. We did not know anything, did not know its entire identification, nothing about it. But here we said that, okay, you have this fungus. And that fungus is so magical that any place it is put in the crop, you have the soil amendment, the plant grows very well. A plant grows promoting fungus. We knew bacteria which have growth promotions. Now that fungus is just one fungus. I would say that we would have at least thousands of such fungi, but we have not explored them. We always feel that it will be done by, I hope there are some mycologists with us there, because the screen does not allow the 3 screens. I'm just going in case. Yes, there are. Yeah, okay. So there are mycologists. So it is also a message to them that we need to explore. One is characterization, sequencing. The Division of Plant Pathology has sequenced, many other centers have sequenced viruses. Pathology also sequenced bacterial pathogens and also working on sequencing of fungal pathogens. I think Rashmi is leading that group. We need much more efforts to be put on this. The Institute was one of the first ones to establish a national herbarium, SCIO. It was done in 1905 when the Institute started, because that was the vision of the people who established that. I do not know. I mean, it has improved a lot. Its facility has improved, but I have a personal feeling, I may be wrong and I would stand corrected if somebody tells me the other way around, that we are not making exploration to enrich our herbarium. And herbarium is a very important part. And herbarium does not mean only it should have fungal diseases, but it should also cover all bacterial and viral diseases as well. We do not have those samples there. We must keep those samples. Our difficulty is that we do not get back to the old materials availability. Now, we have been telling which is the oldest plant virus known. Now, the plant virus which is oldest is a chrysovirus. Dates back to 1,000 years. Now, this has been possible and has been detected in 1,000 years old corn. This was possible because the archives are being maintained. The herbaria are being maintained. Since Ashok is here, I would like to tell later about archives and request him to do something about it. Our country was one of the pioneer countries of developing Indian type culture collection, what is ITTC. But then, instead of strengthening this, we have tried to dilute opening other centers, with the result that a private center doing culture collections of fungi is in demand, but not the official centers. So we need to build those centers. That is about microbiology. The second part is that of disease and diagnosis. The other day, Selvarajan gave a very nice lecture on diagnosis. Very impressive. And this diagnosis, we have really developed well. Dr. Burnwal has many techniques, technologies in hand that anything can be detected. We have to move further on this diagnosis front. So good has been done. We are using all possible best techniques. And this is the development of this technique. A lot of this role has been played by this certification program, which was thought of in mid-1990s. And we started developing system, developing technologies, developing reagents to be able to diagnose. And some of you know and some of you may not be knowing that. It is only when that base was created that we had gone to establish the certification system. So we have now the system in place. And we now have the new techniques, including the lateral flow diagnostics, which has been, I don't know, patented or in the process of patenting. The difficulty, Ashok, is, I'll keep on calling you Ashok. I think you are the only Ashok here, so there's no confusion. That during Green Revolution period, we made our farmers feel that everything we will give them free of cost. Similarly, they expect all diagnosis to be done free of cost. With the result, there will be no commercial takers for the lateral flow or any other technology which you want to do. The PCR kits, because that is something with general, PCR kits you and I can produce. Only thing we do not want to get commercial, because by nature, the scientists want to give things free to the farmers for them to be able to build up their system. But in diagnosis, there's a new system coming called affirmer proteins. I do not know how many of you have seen that. I will try to share the information with you later. This affirmer protein is a natural system in which the proteins are developed which mimic antibodies. And if that is followed, you will have a much economical system for diagnosing everything. But what we need to do from the farmer's point of view, farmer is not interested in knowing Mr. X, Y, or Z of the virus. They only want whether it is affected by a virus. So your system has to diagnose everything in one go, which you are trying, multiplexing, which is being done. And I think that's going to have good impact of this. So diagnosis is good. But coming to disease point of view, do not mind it, but I would say we are disappointed. If I try to look today, what are the diseases which are of major importance? So, banana, we have the information, we have basic information available, but not country basis. When I'm talking about a country basis. Dr. Rakesh Jain talked about the networking. This networking, Ashok, is very important. And to have this surveillance of the viruses, of all the pathogens. Earlier, the survey was being done by plant quarantine people. And this was highly disappointing because they would drive 10 kilometers, stop at a place, look at what they feel, fill up a form and send it. With the result, just for information, you may be knowing, but I'm going to reiterate. In 1969, Dr. Swaminathan and pathologists had a meeting in Agra, in which all the pathologists of the country had come. And a program was launched for survey for wheat rust disease. And that survey of wheat rust diseases has played a very important role in the overall development of the management, which is, I consider, the greatest success story. Because imagine the wheat rust for causing an annual loss of about 10% in our wheat production. If that 10% is cost today, that would mean 10 million tons of wheat is lost. And that 10 million ton would be enough to support all research of agriculture for years to come. But we have not been doing the regular survey. We are not looking at the diseases. I do not find people in the glass houses having plants to look at the disease problems. I would be happy to see more activity in the glass houses and connect it with the field situation. So there's more to be done in disease component. And that has to be continued in the coming years. The next of modem is E. And all of you know that we have done virtually nothing about E. We need to have people only looking at the E component in all pest and disease situations. It's not only virology, it's virology, bacteriology, mycology, pneumatology, everything. We should be able to know where the disease is occurring, what are the conditions, what are the factors, all those factors are known. And this is required much more now than ever before because of the environment conditions, the changing global warming. I will only tell the global warming how it can have the impact from virus point of view. We have seen that our publications to tell that how the whitefly incidence has increased. During the start of my career at IRI, I used to say that, look, the first disease of transmitted virus, whitefly transmitted virus, will appear in the field 15 days after the first monsoon shower. And usually it used to coincide with something middle of July, just earlier than today. And you have the diseases coming in. Why? Because the whitefly population used to start increasing after 20th of June or 15th June. But today, the whitefly is there throughout the year. Earlier, the whiteflies were hiding in the plants near the drains because still some plants were growing. Again, since Ashok is here, I want to retell this story. IRI developed, in IRI, mung bean was a major problem in mid-60s because we were not able to cultivate mung bean because of this yellow mosaic disease. So IRI breeders developed a variety which could be grown in what is known as Z period. That means they were sown in March, and March, April, May, end of May, early June, they were harvested. There was no infection of yellow mosaic in that period. With the result that we did not require to have mung during the main Kharif season. But within a matter of maybe 6 years, or maybe 7 years, 100% infection even in Z. Because the whiteflies adapted to the changing pattern, and they were not there earlier because they did not have the host for it. These vectors are very smart. Under Indian conditions, they do not colonize coffee because they have such good food available in other crops. But the same thing in West Africa, they colonize coffee because there's nothing else is available. So we have to be careful in whatever system we are doing. So here I'm talking about what warming can do. Now from the food security point of view and the virus point of view, what warming can do. Barley yellow dwarf is there. Inoculum is around, it is not increasing. But with the increase in temperature, the barley yellow dwarf incidence is going to increase. And we have to be careful, and this survey and surveillance which I'm telling is to keep watch on such viruses. Rakesh mentioned about a virus which I think is already there, that tomato virus, because we have the symptoms, we have not really worked on it. And that's a tobacco mosaic virus, tobacco virus infection, which the spread would come. But we have to be careful in watching it. So what I'm trying to say, I'm going into the part of disease, and then I'm going to epidemics, And both these require much greater efforts, physical efforts, as well as investment on the part of the management. Then we come to M, because the story will go on. I don't want to take too much time. I don't know how much I've already taken anyway. The management, a lot of work has been done. I mean, you look at the old publication, it will continue the same. Again, I'm mentioning this because Ashok is here. Pigeon P sterility mosaic is a very serious problem, and it is a recurring problem, rather perpetual problem. Now, this particular virus, which has now been characterized, is transmitted by mites, Escherichia cageni. Now, this Escherichia cageni is, the host is only Cagenus cagan. What we require in the country is, as a policy, because now we have the varieties which are short duration varieties, so that we put in the short duration varieties and have a period of maybe 6 months every year without any pigeon pea. If this is repeated for a few years, you can get rid of this important disease in the country. But it requires a policy decision, policy framework to be developed. Till then, we have to depend on important things. Number one, we must avoid inoculum. That means we should not have the virus introduced through the propagation material. This national certification of tissue culture plants is a very important step in the forward direction. Any program, when it comes of this kind, we know Selvarajan has reported incidents even in certified plants. We are working on it to find out how it had come. But it must have come because the system must have been bypassed. But this has helped industry. I'm not projecting pictures of the employment which the tissue culture industry has generated because of this certification program. What we need is a certification program for seed transmission too. In theory, it is, but the way it is being organized, it's not suitable. And we have the plan. We can develop a plan for that, so that seeds are certified too. It's the seed certification. Especially now, the seed certification has become important because the bigomoviruses are being shown. Now that's a change, the evolution in the virus which has taken place. The virus is evolving because now TYLCV has been demonstrated for certainty that it multiplies in the saliva glands of whiteflies. Earlier we were saying that no, it is not multiplying. Now that is multiplying, but not all bigomoviruses. The gradual time will come and all of them will multiply. So when I'm saying for management practices, so if you have healthy planting material, then the quarantine, NBPGR is doing very good work on the quarantine for those materials which are coming for research purposes. But when they are coming for commercial purposes, under OGL, there is much more needs to be done. Ashok, you are in a position to get that done. Because as on today, if you are traveling abroad and coming back, earlier at least you used to indicate that whether you are bringing any planting material or seed with you. But last time when I came, about a year back, that clause was gone. That means you are free to bring in everything. Now this is a struggle which the country is having. Many IAS officers try to introduce, but somehow the lobby is greater on the other side. Hopefully that will be done. So what do we want to do? But then the challenges which are going to come within 30 years, coming years. The biggest challenge is that our cropping systems are going to change. Leave aside the important field crops like wheat and rice. Most of the crops or the vegetables are going to be grown under protected cultivation. And we have to give greater efforts in managing diseases and pests in protected cultivation. This includes viruses and fungal pathogens and bacteria. We have to look at that approach. Ultimately, India will also start seeing, my guess is within 10 years, that you will simply get fresh vegetable from the market, very nicely packed, which you can come and bring right from that box. Today you are bringing washing, sterilizing for corona and everything, but it has to come as it is coming at other places. You know, Singapore cannot survive if they don't have those. They have converted hotels into plant factories. We will have to have the plant factories around all the cities. Now that means hydroponics or aeroponics. And aeroponics and hydroponics will bring in problems of a different nature. We have to be prepared of that and be ready with the solutions. Lastly, we must strengthen our research on development of transgenics. We have now in the country transformants and system for transformation available for a variety of crops. I think Selva Rajan has good protocol for banana. Am I right, Selva? He's not hearing me, yes.
No, I could, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm just citing. There are, I do not know, the Kajol is there. We've developed citrus transformation. So we have the transformation protocols for many crops available under various schemes. The only thing is that at the moment it is in low key. But for virus system where it is using one of the viral genes for developing, that is not a safety issue there. So development of transgenics, for which country has taken lead, and also for using the genome editing. And genome editing, as I said earlier, the genes for susceptibility, these are the targets, because every pathogen does not infect every host, which is fortunate. To imagine that every host has a resistance gene for this is too much to expect. But what those hosts are lacking is the susceptibility to the pathogens. So if we can strike that, we will be having the advantage. Secondly, I see Urmi Bajpayee here. Thank you very much, Urmi, for being here with us. She is working with Delhi University in a college.
Sir, my pleasure.
Okay, yeah, here she comes. Okay. Your picture comes, you are not coming. So now she has train people in bacteriophages. Now, these bacteriophages, we need to develop more interest in bacteriophages. Looking at various aspects of bacteriophages, I don't want to go into details there. But I hope some of our bacterial guys are here. Bacteriophages have been practically demonstrated now even to manage bacterial disease of plants, a tomato infection. Now, this is required because we are moving to minimize use of pesticides. I'm not talking about banning of pesticides. Minimize use of pesticides. And bacteriophages will be a step in that direction. I feel that foam-granate bacterial disease is a very good target for bacteriophages. So these are the areas on which we have to work. There are a lot more. I think some other time we'll discuss with the slides and so on. At the moment, this is just the thoughts. So what we want ultimately in 2050, when our population is expected to stabilize as 1.6 billion, we have to produce a lot more. And we have to save everything without getting it lost. So for that, we will need disease-free and pest-free production of crops. And I'm sure our friends will be able to deliver that. I do not know how many of you are there who will be in active work in 2050, another 30 years. Let's say 2040, our target should be 2040. And there are a lot of people, I can see faces here. Well, this I thank you again for listening to me. It's a good opportunity for me to unload myself a bit. But before going away, Ashok, when I was trying to look for what to say and what as I said, I find I have not been writing much. And therefore, today's my resolution is that I'll be spending more time in writing so that I can put the things. I have done some little bit on diagnosis. I'll share that article. It may give you some idea about the things which you may have heard but not known. But it's a learning process. So whenever we say that it's not known, means we are opening up the door for it to be known. So I wish all of you all the best. Thank you very much. Back to Barnwal.
Thank you, sir. Let us give him a big round of applause from our own seat. Sir, it was a very wonderful and nice talk, and just traveling through the entire history of plant virology in India, and also the future action. As the time is running out, we will straightway go to your students and colleagues for sharing the experiences. So I will first request students and colleagues from abroad. So Dr. Anupam is there? Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. So I request you to share your experiences with Professor Anupam Varma.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Baranwal. It's really a great idea to arrange this, considering the situation. So I'm very glad to be able to join. And I think most of you know me. I actually got to know Dr. Varma before I finished my bachelor's from Agriculture College, Bapatla. That was maybe some of you, before some of you were born, like Anupam, for example, I guess. So, so in the final year of my bachelor's degree, we had to take a plant pathology course. and the instructor was Dr. Subramaniam. And it so happened that he did his PhD with Dr. Varma, and then came back and joined the Agricultural College Bapatla. And of course, his training was in virology, so he made the virology part of the class very interesting, and that's how I got interested. Until then, I didn't know what to do after finishing my bachelor's. Should I go into civil services or something else? But he made virology so interesting, that viruses are so fascinating. Then I decided to apply for MSc in IRA in plant pathology. And then he helped me prepare for that. And he said, if you get into IRA, make sure that you try to get into Dr. Varma's lab. So I got into IRA, and then when it came time to choose your advisor, supervisor, or guide, or whatever, so I approached Dr. Varma, and Dr. Varma said, well, I stopped taking master students. I'm encouraging junior scientists to take master students. So I'm only taking PhD students. So I was very disappointed, of course. But then I figured out after a few weeks that none of the PhD students in my batch approached Dr. Varma. So I went back again and said, well, this year you didn't have any PhD students, so how about taking me? So I think he was in a good mood and he agreed. So I consider myself very lucky that I got to work in his lab. He really encourages independent thinking. I think most of you who worked with him agree with that. And as Shelley mentioned, basically I was treated as a member of his family, both Dr. Varma and Mrs. Varma. I think that really developed a sense of belonging to the field of plant virology, in my opinion, and to his lab group, those who joined after I left, for example. So I feel that kinship with most of you who worked under his guidance. And so I consider myself very lucky to be able to work under his supervision and continue to maintain the interaction with him. And whenever he came to North America, he made a point to visit me, traveling thousands of miles. If he was visiting Eastern Canada, he traveled 2,000 miles and saw me in Western Canada. Same thing in the US. So he really keeps in touch with his students and encourages them. And I really appreciate that. Dr. Varma Saab, again, happy birthday, and wishing you many more. And I was joking before you joined that this is a great event to all of us to meet. So maybe we should celebrate your birthday every 6 months. So that's when I stop. And again, it's great to see all of you. And Varma sir, happy birthday again.
Thank you, Dr. Anupam. It was good to see you and on this platform. And many of us, probably the younger generation, may not have seen you. So they will be also very lucky to see you. Now I request...
Varma, just a second.
Yeah,
So
sure.
Papu, thank you very much for your words. And I must add that I'm very fortunate that Papu joined us in master's program. So it's perhaps because of him, because people were not opting for me for various reasons. So I'm happy they did not, and the Papu joined. And I've been able to visit Papu in every place he has been to, except his last one. Somehow I missed reaching there. I was about to reach there, but our timing did not coincide. All the best, Papu.
Thank you.
You are our strength. Yeah, and I would like to tell others who may or may not be knowing that Papu is playing a very important role in development of trained human resource for the country. I think I don't have the count at the moment with me, but maybe about 20 people who have been trained in his lab and are working back in India. It's very good. So I wish you continued effort for this. Thank you, Papu. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I thought Rajaram joined the same time for PhD, isn't it?
Yes, sir. A year A year before me, I think.
A year before you.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, okay, thank you. Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Avijit Roy.
And before I start, many happy returns of the day, sir. And it is my pleasure to get the information, Dr. Makesh Kumar, that there is an occasion is for the celebration of your birthday, 80th birthday. And I remember that 70th of birthday we missed because that time there is no Zoom or something, so we are here. So it is a great opportunity. So when I heard and I passed the information to Gaur Gopal, and he also just came to know in the morning today, and he joined today. So before I say that I'm Avijit Roy, I did my master in 97 and did my PhD in 2000. And when we joined in IRI for the plant pathology division, and we are only came to know there is a on lab, the room number 12. So I don't know if anybody is remember about the room number 12 or not, but there is a big fascination for us that time to join in room number 12. So that is the main attraction in plant pathology. So we try to get the virology at that time, but that is definitely, there is no scope to get more than one student for the virology and master. But fortunately that the year we have 2 students they are taken by the master admission, but I think Dr. Gaur Gopal was chosen Dr. Varma for this master student, and I was not the lucky one to get the Dr. Varma's as a student. But God, His blessings and working in the room number 12 with Dr. P.G. Malti and my supervisor Dr. Padma Ramachandran, and starting working on the citrus viruses. And after completion of my master, and I stayed after PhD in citrus viruses, I am probably the luckiest person who is still continuing working on the citrus viruses. I never moved, touch any other crop before as a main project except citrus. Except currently I'm working on mainly on citrus viruses, citrus leprosis that is not present in India at present. I worked on citrus distressa and mainly now working on leprosis, and that is a important virus that came in South America and North America. There is a complex, and it is now 13 viruses are associated with the disease, all producing the similar symptoms, 2 different group of viruses. Very important things, but interesting thing, it's transmitted by a mite. And this we proved this is a mite virus, and the virus is originating from the mite origin. So it is very interesting. So now I am working with the United States Department of Agriculture in APHIS, that is called Animal Plant Health Inspection Service. I am working with all the regulated plant pathogens in a quarantine facility that is not present in United States. And those viruses are supposed to come in other countries. We are getting the opportunity to work on those viruses to prevent the introduction of those viruses, or if introduced, how we can establish. So as Dr. Join mentioned, the tomato brown rugose virus is one of the important that is creating a major threat to all over the world. And people are more concentrating on the seed transmitted viruses. That is due to the smuggling of the seeds, the plant pathogens are moving very rapidly. CGMMB is one of the major important that we are working on. CGMMB, tomato brown rugose, fruit virus, as well as in the positive on the viroids. That is in mainly we're looking for the seed transmitted pathogens, and the crops mainly tomato. That is mainly important. So I really when I heard about this occasion, I want to meet all the known faces that I left for a long time, to see how everybody is grow up, and I have only known about their contribution. And thank you, Dr. Varma, for giving the opportunity for us to establish as a virologist in my career. And I wish I can do something for all of us in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Avijit, for your kind words, and thank you very much for joining. It's great to see you after a long time.
Yeah, thank you.
Earlier we used to get your pictures, but now pictures are not coming. Perhaps Facebook, which I don't go to, rarely I go there. But it's very nice that you are continuing. We are proud of you. And just for the people to know, Abhijit was my very favorite student. For one thing of interest, he always took in the class, and for me, a person who argues is the one who is taking interest. So he would
Yes,
put
I
all
remember.
his points. And the other weakness from my side was that his name is same as that of my son.
Yes.
He is also Abhijit and he is also in the US. So you are the two Abhijits in connection with the US. Thank you very much, Abhijit. Nice to
Thank
know.
you, sir.
And I'll keep in touch and keep telling what you are good work you are doing.
Sure.
It's
Thank
always
you,
good.
sir.
Thank
Stay
you.
blessed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abhijit.
Thank
Now I call upon Dr. Arun Dhar. Arun Dhar.
And I'm absolutely delighted to be here. And before I introduce myself, I'd like to wish Dr. Varma a happy birthday and good health and many years to come. Absolutely delighted to see here. To introduce myself, I did PhD with Dr. Varma in 1992. And it was also the time, if I recall, it was the beginning of the molecular era in IARI. Just to give you something in perspective, since Dr. Varma was very busy, when I joined, he was the head of the department. Obviously, he had a very long day. One thing I will remember about you, Dr. Varma, is you always work 10 to 12 hours a day. I realized there is no alternative of hard work. So that's something that I'll always remember you. But the fact that he was very busy, I had only 1 hour to meet with him once a week, and that was Monday, 6 to 7 o'clock in the evening. But what he did is he brought Dr. Malati, and she was the person who was mentoring us at the bench level. As I reflect upon, I don't think we could have done as much work had he not been bringing Dr. Malati. So I'm equally grateful to Dr. Malati. Although I don't get to communicate with you all the time, but I do remember both of you very dearly and with the utmost respect. Let me share with you a few things. After I did my PhD, I came to Canada to do postdoc, and then in the US did a postdoc. And then I went on to work in industry for quite a few years. Oftentimes I recall about Dr. Varma for one thing, and I have to share with everyone today. When I went to work from Tufts University, which is one of the best university in the United States, within the first 20 universities, ranking wise, I went to work for a startup company. And then when I joined there, I often used to think about Dr. Varma this way, that, you know, had he been knowing that I'm working in the startup company, he would be so mad. He'd be thinking, you know what? This guy is desperate to live in the US. He should have returned in India. Instead, he's working at an unknown startup company. But here is the twist. So it's that company that has started working on shrimp viruses, not on plant viruses. But everything that Dr. Varma mentioned about diagnostics, germplasm spreading disease, all those things are applicable to shrimp and prawn, whatever you call it. But it was in that startup company, myself and my colleagues end up doing all the molecular work. That led me, after about 10, 15 years working in that company, to where I am now, which is the University of Arizona. I'm an associate professor and director of aquaculture pathology lab. This lab is the reference laboratory of the World Organization for Animal Health. Today, everyone knows about WHO. There's a similar organization based in Paris that takes care of animal health. and they have reference laboratory around the globe. And my lab is the only reference laboratory in the North America. You mentioned, Dr. Varma, a couple of things that I dearly believe. First, in India, at least since I did my PhD, we have done, from science-wise, I think, and plant virology side, India has done a fantastic work. But bear in mind, much of this work has been done with the complete support of the funding coming from ICAR, in other words, from the government institution. The next 20, 30 years, if we really want to be where Dr. Varma was mentioning, what is needed, in my judgment, is to be less dependent on government funding. And in order to do that, what you have to do is focus on, we need to take and focus on solving problems of the farmers in a manner that it is not only just science, but there is a direct translational value. And that phase, in my opinion, is much, much harder, which is what much of the developed nation has done. If you look into all the Ivy League schools in this country, Stanford, Harvard, MIT, even our school, University of Arizona, is one of the top. And certainly my lab is, those who work in the prawn diseases, they know this lab. We are totally self-funded lab. And our research directly touches the lives and livelihood of the farmers. I think that's where we have to go collectively as a scientific community. And one other comment I would make that really touched my heart today. When Dr. Varma mentioned that, and I was making some notes, I'm just looking into my notes. He would like to see a lot more people in the glass house. Let me tell you, when I was a student, I had half of my thesis project working on identifying natural extract-based pesticides for white fly control. So I was spending quite a bit of time in the field, whereas quite a few of my fellow colleagues were spending mostly on the lab. And later, and those who are working on the molecular front, due to lack of better words, I would say they had what is called, I call it a high nose. So anyone working in the field is kind of, it's not that big. You need to work on all molecular thing. But I will tell you, after working in many different places after 25 years, I really feel what Dr. Varma said. Today, there are far less people with a broader knowledge at the organismal level. Doing molecular work is much easier. You can simply hire someone and get the work done, so long you know the bigger perspective. But having a broad knowledge at the field level, whether it is knowledge about your animals in the pond or plants in the field, doesn't matter. But having that knowledge is absolutely powerful. And if I may finish saying one thing, Dr. Varma knows this. We had a professor named Dr. A.N. Basu. He was an entomologist, spent quite a bit of time in England before moving to IRI. He knew me and he really loved me dearly, just like his son. And he told me once, Arun, let me tell you, the experience that you are having while working in the field will pay you off much later. You won't understand the value today. He was right on target. And that is exactly what I heard today Dr. Varma saying. So again, I'm very happy to be here. And I look forward to interacting with Dr. Varma a little more. I know I have been in hiatus for some good reason, but we'll be in touch more. So thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Arun, sir. Prof. Varma is there. He would like to make some comment.
Sir, unmute him.
Yeah,
sir,
I have unmuted.
So no, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
No, you cannot.
No, we are hearing you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, all right. So I would like to tell the participants and the people who are here, there was a time for all my students, Subramaniam was mentioned by Pappu. In fact, I would like to show his picture. The only picture I'm keeping at the moment at home is that of that student. Give me a minute.
And yeah, he was a very good teacher.
Because can you see the picture?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Yes.
Subramaniam.
Yes.
Yeah.
That picture was taken when I visited his home many years later when he was doing, and just I think about 2 years before his death. He's unfortunately he passed out. My favorite student. All my students were required to be in the field. And what Arun is saying, and I have my full sympathy with him, that he was doing the field work. He might have been meeting me only once a week because of the time schedule. That is in the office. But in the field, I had the pleasure of being with him. And what Basu said was, because Arun did meticulous work on developing system for developing the population dynamics of whiteflies. Now, the difficulty with the field work is that field works don't get published the way the molecular work do. So him and after him, Krishna Reddy, was the transition period of the field. And he also had the lab work, I'm sure there must have been some lab work there. But later on, it was realized that, okay, for doing molecular, one has to be molecular. So I would take the blame myself that we lost that change. I tell you, we still need a lot of work to be done in the field. I do not know whether Sunil is here. Sunil also did very good work under field conditions. All the people, the field experience is very important. Thank you very much for highlighting. One more thing, what you are saying is absolutely right. We must go for private funding and don't depend on it. The only thing is that private funding is not coming because of the fact that the farmers want everything free of cost. That's difficult, but we must and keep in touch. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being with you. Okay.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Dr. Arun. Now I call Dr. Guru Gopal. Dr. Guru Gopal? Yes.
So, yeah, my connections with Dr. Varma, first of all, happy birthday to sir. So, Abhijit and I actually we started in the same year, 1995. And I was lucky to have virology, is my first choice. And Dr. R.K. Jain was supposed to be my supervisor, like chairman at that time. And luckily, Dr. R.K. Jain is supposed to be with Dr. Hanupapu. So he went to, I think it's Georgia. And by default, I came to with under Dr. Varma. So as a chairman. And so that was my started. So it's really, I'm lucky to have you as a chairman in my masters. So yeah, I was working with watermelon mosaic potty-virus, which is peppering spot potty-virus like strain W. Although right now I'm actually moved away from plant viruses, but so I continued with the same virus in my PhD with Dr. R.K. Jain. And so then I finished my PhD in around 2000 December. I had a job in Chennai in a Speak Science Foundation for 3 months, and then I got a postdoc in UC Davis. So I came there, and then I started working with a different professor's lab in UC Davis, working with the citrus virus, citrus listeria virus. Working with it, like developing resistance, and then I showed the resistance mechanism that occurs using the double-stranded RNA silencing. in Nicosia Binthamina, which is a model plant for all biologists. So after spending 4 years, 4 and 5, yeah, almost like 5 years there, then I had a job. So from West Coast to East Coast, so I had a job in Delaware, where I started working in a company. The name is Fraunhofer USA. So they actually work with the vaccine development and using plant virus. So I had the opportunity to use my plant virology skill, so to develop the vaccines, and that was actually funded by DARPA, which is federal government here. And then after spending 5 years, then I switched another company in Maryland, where I started working again developing vaccines, and then using all like viruses, and not only viruses, but also I started working with antibodies, therapeutic antibodies, but mainly for human diseases. So currently I'm also in Maryland working in another company. And so here actually we are working with all different like RNA viruses, including recombinant poliovirus, making vaccines for all different kinds of diseases. And so those are the products that goes to either human phase 1 or phase 2 clinical trial. And these are all funded by NIH or other private companies. So yeah, I mean, that's my brief background here. And thanks to Abhijit sharing the information. And I'm glad to be here. I'm really proud to see all my supervisors, chairman, all together on the same page. And I'm really thankful to Dr. Varma for giving me opportunities to work on and learn a lot of plant virology about that. Yeah, it was really pleasure working with you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gopal, and I'm very happy that you are working on vaccines. And just I would like to share one information with the group here that currently I am president of the World Society of Virology. This has members in 27 or 28 countries. And we are going to have a meeting next year in Latvia. So why I'm mentioning this to you, Gopal, that we are also looking for sponsors, particularly those who are in vaccines, because this Latvia is going to address the coronavirus in particular. So keep in touch and keep finding some funding, because this society is there, but it has no funds because membership is free of cost. So if you are not member, do join as a member. But please keep looking for funding. It's very important. So I thought this group may know this. Thank you.
Sure. Thank
you very much for coming. Thank you.
Sure, thank
it's
you.
a pleasure seeing you. Your phenotype has changed, but I can still.
That's for sure. Yeah, that's for sure.
Okay.
Nina Mittal is there, I believe. Dr. Nina?
Good afternoon from my side, and good morning, Professor Varma. Many, many happy returns of the day. Indeed, a real honor and privilege, to be seeing not only you, but all these wonderful friends and people over the years. I've even forgotten some of the faces. It's really a trip down the memory lane. I've been, flicking the gallery mode, looking at each and every face that I can find, about 60, 70 people joining today. Professor Varma, for me, inspirational, visionary, what an amazing knowledge base, what an amazing capacity to inspire all of us. Even listening to you today, how contemporary your thoughts are. Like even the youngsters will envy you, thinking about the agriculture of today and tomorrow and giving directions. So that's absolutely wonderful. Personally, I would like to share with everyone, I really can easily and honestly and sincerely say that Professor Varma actually really shaped my career. I did not do PhD with him, but I joined as an agricultural research ARS scheme scientist when Professor Varma was head of the department. And can you imagine, even at that time, Professor Varma told me, 2 months, sit in the library and think about what you want in your career. Where do you want to be? What is the kind of research that you would like to do? Who would do that? No one. So I really hold that absolutely high in my mind all the time. And I think that's what led me to be what I'm today. Very fond memories of lab number 12. Malathi, everyone who is there, yes, I think someone mentioned lab number 12, and that was the breeding ground for wonderful minds. Met with Papu, friendship going very strong, working together with him. So Professor Varma not only inspired, but also introduced us to such a wonderful community of people. So thank you all. I'll be brief. I know there are a number of people who would like to say something about you, Professor Varma. And those of you who don't know me, I am in Australia. I am at the University of Queensland, and I'm the director of horticultural science there. Yeah, but still working in the space of crop protection, and of course working in the space of viruses as well. So thank you very much, and Janamdin bahut 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 mubarak, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina, for joining in. We are proud of you, and we have been proud of you right from your student days. You joined ARS later. She has been, just for the information of the people, she topped in ARS of all subjects at that time when she joined. Now, what she did not tell was, that became a loss to us. She wanted to do virology when she joined IRI. And I said, no, we want to strengthen pathology. And I would request you to remain in pathology. And she was with me when I went for that talk of what is to be done in the future. You remember that? And you went there as a plant pathologist. So maybe her heart was with virology, and we are very happy you are doing so good and doing so good practical work, especially helping in getting rid of the adverse effects of viruses. Okay? Thank you. Wish you all the best.
And
thank you, sir.
Yes, Hanu wants to say something.
Just quickly, those of you who are much younger to me, Nina and I, we were classmates in masters. We started in the same batch together and took most of the classes together. And she was always at the top of the class, and I was at the bottom of the class. Just wanted to add that.
This I don't know. Don't believe everything what Papu says.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Dr. Bandawal, and thank you, Mukesh, for giving me this opportunity to join in. Thank you.
Thank you.
It was a great pleasure to have you on this occasion. We can request Mrs. Bani.
Namaste, Guruji.
Namaste, namaste.
I wish you very, very, very happy birthday and many more happy returns of the day. And it brings back me a lot of sweet memories from the time that I worked with you or studied with you. And I'm feeling very, very happy to see my other students, other colleagues like Papu, Nina, and other people. And I don't have enough words to express my gratitude for the way that you shaped our lives. You not only taught us a fascinating subject, virology, but you also taught us a lot of life's lessons. You were a tough teacher. Sometimes it was a bit painful. but I know the value of the training and the discipline that you instilled in us, and that helped us to proceed with our professional and personal career. and the way that you broadened our mind helped me to work in different areas. For example, when I moved to Australia, I worked in human allergies, especially caused by fungal spores, because here a lot of people are allergic in spring season. So I got an opportunity to work in human immunology. And then I worked in animal bacterial vaccines. And then I moved to the Department of Agriculture. Disappointed with me because I lost touch with my hands-on virology research work. But I worked as a plant pathologist, as a research scientist. And now I am continuing to work in plant quarantine, mainly in the import operations, managing the imports of plant products. So I have touch with pathology, but not like other people. So I'm sure they appreciate what I did. And this Department of Agriculture also gave me a lot of opportunities to work in different areas. For example, I worked in forestry and in animal area. So I worked in different areas: plant import policy, plant biosecurity. The training that you gave me helped me to train myself to be able to work in different areas. I'm really grateful for that. And thank you, Guruji. You may not remember I may not remember every bit of virology that you taught me, but I never forget the affection that you showered on me. And not only you, Madam Prabhavati and Avi and Mandira. So give them a big hug from me, and I really miss them. And I'm sure that everyone here agrees with me if I say that the influence of a good teacher will never be erased. I'm very proud to be one of your favorite students. And also, I never forget the way you treated me like your elder daughter. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vani. Vani, it has been always a pleasure having you in the lab.
Thank you.
Can never forget the meetings in the lab, late hours meetings with the group, and you are a part. And just for the information of the people, Vani did some excellent field work too. She was the first one to use mulches, as far as I remember.
Yes.
That was very good. Good. And I'm happy that you are working on the quarantine. That's very important part. Very important to manage best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just I want to take an opportunity to thank Papu, because he used to come with me to the shops to buy material for the mulches.
Oh, okay. So Papu is there. Yeah.
Dear Professor Anupam Varma sir, I wish you a very happy and healthy 80th birthday, and wish you many more years of happy and healthy life. I don't know if you remember me. My name is Rajendran. I joined IARI in the Department of Plant Pathology in 1994 for my master's program in plant virology, and continued there until 1997. And during my first year of my PhD, I got selected for ARS, and then I decided to quit on that basis. Many of the professors there. The one incident that I remember that changed my life, that you changed my life, is so on the last day of my stay at IARI, I came to your office, in the Dean's office, at 7 p.m. To say goodbye to you and thank you for all that you have done to me before I boarded the train to go to Kasaragod. And there was Malati madam discussing with you. And she made fun of me, saying that Dr. Oya Sharma asked ICAR for a trained virologist from IARI to work on a mysterious black pepper virus. And then ICAR promised Dr. Oya Sharma, and then promptly posted me not in IASR, but in CPCRA Kasaragod. So there, you immediately picked up the phone and called ICAR, Human Resource Director, and then told him about this. I mean, there was it's a trained virology. We trained the virologists, the human resources here in IARI, so that they can go and serve in different places. And then you posted one of our trained virologists in a place where a virologist is not even needed for a coconut diseases. And then, so after you talked to him in in a strong voice, and he immediately said, okay, Jisaka, please ask him to come to the ICAR building tomorrow so we can immediately fix the posting. So we will post him in IASR Calicut. So instead of me going to the train station to board the train to go to Kasaragod, I went there to cancel my ticket and then got my posting in IASR. So the reason why I'm telling you this is that this meeting you and at 7 p.m. before I was about to take the train changed my life completely, because I went to Calicut, worked there for 2 years. I ended up marrying. At the end of 2 years, I ended up marrying Dr. Oya Sarma's daughter, and she is my wife. Without your intervention, there is no way I would have met her, and there is no way she would have been my wife. So thank you so much for all that you have done to me, both as a professor, teacher, advisor, and I again wish you a very long, happy and healthy life. Just to give you a little bit of background about me, after my 2 years of stay in Calicut, I came over to US to do PhD in University of Kentucky, and from there I moved on to work on HIV for a few years, and then right now I'm working as a director of gene therapy for a biotech company in Boston. So that's about me. Again, thank you so much for all that you have done. Wish you happy and healthy life.
I must thank Dr. Hanu, Abhijit, Guru Gopal, Arun Dhar, and Vani. Because of the time zone, it may be a night, late night there. So I don't know how long they will continue, but I really thank from core of my heart that they could make it possible to join this celebration. And on behalf of Plant Virology, I once again thank them. Now I request Professor Ajit Varma, sir. Is he there?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Barnwal, for inviting me. Anupam, again, happy birthday to you on 80th birthday. I do recall that last year, some 10 months earlier, I had my 80th birthday. I all the way came to American University and made an excellent lecture. Perhaps many of you know that we are alumni from same university, Allahabad University. Myself, Anupam, I am Prabhati Varma. And we all came to IRI. I came to IRI, Anupam also came to IRI. And after Prabhati went to Delhi University. And we have many common things in the sense, what Anupam rightly mentioned, that when I discovered this fungus in 1990, many people discouraged me. We always made all kinds of allegations. This is a false research, wrongdoing. And one of the scientists, I will not take the name, said the spores what you're showing me is only nematode spores, fungal spores. That made me quite disappointed. And I called Dr. Ashok Sarabhai, then good mycologist, a very good new microscope. I went to IRI to show him the fungus. When I entered the department, I met Anupam on the way. And I told him I'm going to show Sarabhai. He accompanied me. And when he saw the fungus on the microscope, he said, "This is something amazing which I have never seen." That gave me the momentum. Let me work harder and harder on this one. And I continued working since 1990 on this fungus. Till date, I am working. What is the most important brief? The fungus has earned the name all over the world. 439 research papers have appeared, including in Nature and Science. And I have made 8 patents on this fungus by now. Incidentally, this fungus was transferred to Sainon in Taiwan, to Canada, to Italy, and 4 companies in India. And today I am negotiating with the high media. This afternoon at 2 o'clock I got a meeting, the high media, we want to discuss my new medium to grow the fungus, symbiotic fungus. So I'm indeed very thankful to Anupam who gave me energy to move forward, not to get disappointed. So I'm very happy that Anupam has made 80, which I made a few months earlier, and I wish Anupam a long, happy, healthy life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ajay. Thank you.
Madam.
Continued success on this, and so nice. Thank you for joining. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can I request now Dr. S.M. Paul Khurana?
Very good day and all the best. I'm really happy to be here. Actually, I was to leave earlier, but I continued sitting. Most of you would not know that how do I describe Professor Varma. I normally use 7 letters. In fact, 6 letters first and the 7th one at the last. A, B, C, E stands for bright, C for cooperative, D for diligent, E for effective. He's very effective motivator. Then he's a great helper. I consider him as my teacher, though he treats me like a younger brother. We are associated for last 50 years, and I am grateful to for times. Say we had collaboration a number of times, particularly for papaya viruses. He helped me for my PhD thesis when soon after he came from UK. Then for Poti viruses when I was at CTRI, and Potex viruses. And his guidance for my joining at Coimbatore was also critical. I may not have gone, but he suggested better go. And I did. And it made a difference in my life. Then he has been a regular advisor to me. Actually, I used to visit him every time I used to visit Delhi and always discuss something important. His collaboration with me on stem necrosis was also very, very fruitful. Similarly, on the PVI strain serology, particularly where Jan helped. And then lastly, potato apical leaf curl virus, a bigomo virus. They also they only helped me and guided me, and it made a big difference in my recognition. The viride business also, firstly, Hadidi was able to help us, but it was Anupam who suggested for the viride in potato, and then there also I was successful. Of course, he did not take any credit, and Owens took the credit there. I must say one thing at the end, that I consider him a great teacher, a great critic, and a leader. And with this, I wish him a very healthy, long, happy life, and that will help guide many more people. Our 53 years of close association, I would say close in many ways, was very, very fruitful, at least to me. I'm sure he would have enjoyed my company many times because he always visited us, whether at Shimla or Jabalpur or anywhere else where I was. And I invited him, and I envy him many a times because he is a great personality. He is the most handsome pathologist in India, and not only that, he is known world over for his work and his writings. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry I'm to leave, so I will have to leave the room. Thank you, and best wishes for a very healthy and happy life.
Thank you, Dr. Paul Khurana, for your kind words. It is always a pleasure to be with you. You are a friend all the time, right from the day we came in touch when you were doing PhD, and wish you great success.
So kind of you, sir. So kind of you.
I'm very happy.
Thank you.
Okay.
All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Can I request Dr. VG Malti?
So good afternoon to everybody. I thought my turn will come much later because the students list was pretty long. So I thought I'll finish my cooking because anyway you are not giving me lunch. So I thought I'll go and prepare my lunch. Okay, I thought I will just relax. Let us not have this stiffy formal way of talking. And just to recall the incidents, like when I first came to meet Professor Anupam Varma, in spite of very deep reading, I only remembered that Boyce Thompson article of Professor P.M. Varma. So I came to room number 26 and I talked to him quite a long time, we were talking. And then I slowly asked him like, sir, how you worked on all these things and all. And then he got slight doubt that I'm a bit off the track. So he asked me, whom do you want to meet? Then I said, well, I came to meet Professor P.M. Varma. And then he said, in that case, you have to meet only his ghost. And whom you are meeting is now Professor Anupam Varma, not PM Varma. And that, like relaxed also, like, you're very rarely you see a person who just like that, cracks a joke. And that put me on a very, very easy way of, talking to him and then moving along with him and all. And we had a lot of fun. And more than anything else, I would tell only the one this thing and then, give the chance to others. Often we used to have a lot of discussions. And whenever we want to eat or whenever we are feeling hungry, we just go to Professor Varma's house. And ma'am, today I was really thinking, like I remember, I forgot to keep the cooker and I thought I had kept it. And then suddenly I went and saw it. Then I was thinking, had it been Delhi, I would have just walked into C33. And which is not possible now, and I have to do my own cooking. And I would only wind up telling that we did lots, but I would tell only thing, if I'm traveling in a boat and God gives me permission only to take one person with me, I will take Professor Anupam Varma. For the simple reason that he's cool and I'm a hyper, and I cannot think properly and I cannot plan to anything, I cannot do anything. So I always need a cool person along with me. And I have told all of our colleagues like Udayan Chatterjee and Ju and even Bikash Mandal and everybody that at any point of time, if I am in any island where there is nothing else is available, I will count upon Professor Anupam Varma. And with that, I again wish you, sir, please be with all of us and then keep on giving us a spirit. And I don't want to get into the virology part of it. And I know that simply you gave us the love for virology. I don't know why all of us have become so mad, like getting drowned in this virology. And that madness came from you. And for that, I'm really thankful to you. Have a happy day. And please save all the pastries and cakes and all, when I come to Delhi. Okay, bye. Thank you.
Yeah, Malti, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, party is overdue. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for joining.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Malti.
Thank you.
I will request Dr. Indranil Dasgupta.
Professor Varma,
yes.
Happy birthday again.
Thank you.
I really don't want to add to anything which has been said. I can only say that I was an outsider because I did my training was from JNU, and when I went to UK with Professor Roger Hull, probably that was the connection I had to meet Professor Varma. Then when I returned to India, I started working on rice tomorrow, which I realized was his love. And I got unexpected help from him because at that time I used to consider myself outsider, and But I was amazed the amount of help and support he extended towards me. I remember my first DBT project I got because of his efforts and his advice. Later on, that was almost 25 to 27 years ago, and later on, I have interacted with him on several occasions, sat with him on several meetings, organized several conferences, symposia, and he has always been extremely broad-hearted, extremely supportive, always in a fatherly fashion. And I'm amazed. There are no words I can describe him. So I wish again that he and his family remains healthy and happy and continue to guide us and all of us around him. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Anirban. Thank you, Dr. Baranwal. Thank you, everybody, for this opportunity and bringing us together on this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranil. Thank you very much to be a good friend. Thank you. We always depend on you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Indranil. Now I request Dr. Celia.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Baranwal sir, for giving an opportunity. Happy birthday, sir.
Thank
Professor
you.
Varma, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I have not. I'm not a student of Professor Varma, but I'm a student of Dr. Subramaniam. He taught us in Bapatla, so I'm connected to you, sir.
So this I okay.
And I'm here to talk about his love for national certification system for tissue culture raised plants. And I am fortunate enough to be associated with MCS TCP way back in 2008, both in project management evaluation committee. And I saw, sir, how he has conducted the meetings. Even if some deadlines are not met, he was never angry. And he is always positive and to take the national certification system forward. I really, and also like that gave me an opportunity to visit many tissue culture production facilities as accreditation panel member. And I saw how the work from labs have taken to the farmers and helping farmers to give the true to type virus-free material, and it is a unique system in the world. Thank you, sir. It is I really got to know about the farmers' needs and also how important it is to have the quality planting material to be given to the farmers. And one small thing I have learned from sir is he always used to leave the 200 pages proceedings on the table and used to tell Dr. Shukla, you please keep it. Because anyway, we used to have the soft copy. So from then onwards, I stopped collecting all but wherever we go to conferences, we have the tendency to take the material. So I stopped that one. And I'm sure there are so many scientists from my own generation who would agree with me with their own stories of his magnanimity, his scholarship, and his humility. On this happy occasion, I want to wish him through a prayer, which is known as a priestly blessing. The Lord bless you and keep you, sir. The Lord makes his face shine upon you, sir, and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace. God bless you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Celia. Thank you for very kind words. This is the first time I know that your connection with Subramaniam. He has been really, has been a very good friend. Very good friend. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Celia. We now move on to other students of Professor Anupam Varma. I would like to call Dr. Reddy, Krishna Reddy.
Sir, many happy returns of the day.
Thank you. Thank you.
And also wishes to Madam and Mandira and Avjit.
Thank you.
Today is the happiest day for us, and meeting not only the birthday, this thing, and some of them, especially Vani, I am seeing her after 25 years. We are not met so far any time, whereas rest of the many of the people we met, and similarly Arun Dhar, I am seeing him after 30 years. So this is the opportunity you give. You gave us not only the education, knowledge, and you also made us to make people come together, understand each other, and share their thoughts and other things. Let me tell one thing, sir. First, how I came to know you is you are ASFI Foundation Chairman for Awarding Fellow. After my graduation, I applied for that, and that time in Maharashtra, I was in Marathwada University, Agriculture University. I applied that fellowship. I asked our professor, I applied, sir, ASFI Fellow. Who is he? Asked. Anupama Varma, she is a lady, I told. See, my spelling mistake was that Anupama, not Anupam Varma. I was mentioning Anupam Varma, lady, all the time. She is a professor, assistant professor, like that. No, do you ever seen him? He said, sir, I know name only, I have not seen any time. Then he told, a tall person, towering personality, you should have seen, is all explained about you that time only. And he told he is a well-known virologist, he is the one who, and I had a love for viruses that time only. Once I admitted for PhD, again I had a doubt whether I can join with you or not, because that time IRI students themselves, there are so many, and being outsiders, myself and Rajmanar, we are there, both were competing for your chairmanship. By God's grace, IRI professor allotted to you 2 students that year. Otherwise, only 1 student used to get, and Rajman or me both got that. That is the luckiest chance to learn from you. And coming to learning, sir, I never forget that the vectors importance and understanding vectors. That part we are, even today we are neglecting. You are the one who have done in India, beetle transmission of viruses. And you showed me in the field, actually I went several times and recording the disease incidents of black gram mottle. But you said, did you see the beetle? I told, no, sir, damage only. You cannot see beetle when you go that time. When you took me practically field in the morning, early morning, that day we went at 5:30 to 6:30, and then showed me how the beetle is there and when it will be there. From that day onwards, I used to go early hours and late evening hours and record the population of Madrasia arbiscula beetle, which is cowpea, and black drum are the host for that. And also whitefly during recording in winter period. You say, I said, sir, nowhere it will be there. No, it will be there someplace. You have to find. Then you told, I will give clue. You go backside and see the plants which are there. And that time lantana was very much in our backside. Entire bush is lantana. And there I used to count the whitefly during winter periods, 1 or 2 whiteflies. That is how you gave clue. Not only science, and you also tell that how to investigate the things, not like a regular way. You should think in a different way and get it. And the things which are learned from you is not only education and the family, and always, madam, used to give any festival, holidays times, we all used to meet and enjoy the food, and madam, so hospitality, so much different varieties of food, and you used to tell every person from different parts of the country, you should cook one day and then feed all of them, like that. That atmosphere we missed a lot, sir, and that I don't think anybody is giving even now. This is how you taught us, and we try to inculcate all the good things you have taught us, and we have learned from you. Today we are all because of you in this position, and you pointed out another thing is the epidemiology part. I really missed when as a student I have done more on epidemiology. After joining as a scientist, we could not do much because of several other priorities. But today again I am back. For past 3 years we are working on only in field epidemiology part and diagnostics. And as a technology advancement, this molecular biology is a good and also bad. Today, any student who comes, tries to do PCR and go away, not doing any field work. We need to inculcate them and make them understand that biological factors are equally important than similar to molecular biology. We should able to practice and cultivate this. And this is how you taught us, and we also learned all this because of you. And the network we have worked in DBT, certification system, and even diagnostics. We still love, at least now, this COVID has given webinar seminars. We had met in last 1 month back. This is again 1 month back. At least virus group, all our people should meet. At least every 2 months we should have one webinar. On some aspects we can discuss, sharing our experiences, at least issues, so that it will help the country as well as planning some policy issues or developing some programs, all this. Giving me this opportunity, Dr. Banwal and all other groups. Thank you very much. Thank you, seeing all. Thank you all.
Thank you, Krishna Reddy. Thank you. You are the transition from field to lab. You were 50-50. Thank you. We are proud of good work you are doing. Keep up your interest.
Thank you, sir.
All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Krishna Reddy. Now I request Sunil Srivastava.
Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devaya Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः। वायरोलॉजी की इस गाथा में इस भीष्म पितामह को मेरा शत शत नमन। Happy octogenarian birthday to my guru, to my best mentor ever, who introduced to me the fascinating world of viruses. 8 decades of your life lived with perfection and is still growing strong. Touch wood. Respected sir, you aren't getting older, and rather you are increasing in value, prestige, and fame. I want to treasure this moment and thank you for all that you have done, not only for virology in India, but also for science as a whole. Since my PhD days, I value and respect your innumerable qualities that have impacted my life in several ways. That perfection, that meticulous way of working, those academic and organizational skills shall always guide me, both in my teaching and research. I never saw you getting complacent. That perseverance, that tenacity, that infectious enthusiasm, your untiring and unending efforts shall always touch and inspire the lives around you. On top of that, your deep sense of humor, your witty remarks always keeps anyone working with you in the best of spirits. Whether it be a triumph, whether it be a frustration, or even a loss, you always bounce back with more energy and moved on and on and on. Sir, my respect for you grows stronger day by day. I sincerely hope that the coming years bring even more success, more happiness, and good health in your life. And I pray that all your dreams, all your wishes, and your entire vision for virology in India comes true. Once again, I thank you for everything.
Thank you, Sunil, for your very nice words. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
And we are proud of your teaching and your work. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you, sir.
Sunil. Now I request Dr. Bikash. Bikash.
Sir, happy birthday to you, and wish you a very healthy and happy life. Today, Sad is to have a crystal, you need a point. Sad is crystallizing so many people together, bonding. To see wonderful that so many of us together here from different places. And Sad has mentioned that virology today or yesterday and tomorrow what will be there, and we always need your guidelines to move forward and to face the challenges. And as a student, sir, I joined you 30 years ago, and I feel that very, very long time and so closely associated with you. And not only that, I have one more specialty is that even my wife is also a student of Professor Varma. So both of us we did PhD with Professor Varma. That's another important and interesting things. And as many people mentioned that professionally we are young, or as a student we are young, but as a at a family level, at a personal level, we are so much close to Professor Varma. And we are a deep emotion and also the ambition, and is all around circulating with Professor Varma. And there are so many students now here, and they all become professors and guide to the students. But one or two incidents that probably tickles everybody's mind, and many of you probably remember the conditions during writing thesis. I have seen that what I have seen, you have seen that Professor Varma takes such a serious note on writing thesis and so meticulous. Virtually, he rewrites the thesis. He has written so many times my thesis, and that probably happens to everybody. That it is when PhD student, as a PhD student, we come, we do not know how to start work with the formulate research, and but when we write thesis, that time we get the full exposure. And today, as a teacher, when we examine our students' thesis, a few days back, I was just discussing that how Professor Varma used to examine our thesis and what we are doing today. The point which brings to the mind that whatever we are today, it is just because of our teacher, how the teacher mentored us. And you look into the SCPB, look into the IRI, its education and research, it's whatever is we see, it is just because of our teacher. So in that connection, Professor Varma's enormous contribution to all of us, and especially to me. And I lived in Kalimpong. I then moved to Professor Dr. I popped his lab and came back again. So it is a big journey, and everywhere Professor Varma was a connecting point, encouraging point. And sir, this one just point coming to my mind that you told that a great contribution made in India by the virologists, and so many strong centers have been built up in the different parts of the country, and in that the major of the human resource which has moved from IRI or SCPB. And the virus challenge is actually multiplying with the time. The challenges are the great challenge we are facing all the time. So what I feel that many people, Professor Varma students and other people in India and abroad, they are all doing good work. And I feel Professor Varma that please link all of us, and today's meeting in one of such opportunities to express our professional ambition and also the growth of the subject and how we play a role for the future for the country. So I request Professor Varma to link all of us that what we do individually in a different center, different institutions, and link us and to enhance the potentiality altogether to contribute for the country with reference to the challenges. For example, the coronavirus which has emerged is only few mutations that has turned into such a big problem, and such thing can happen with the plant virus also. And recently the DBT has taken up, which Dr. Varma is involved, that what is our preparedness if such problem emerges in the field of agriculture. So now everyone we have our own contribution and thinking, but I think such forum on when we talk about the Professor Varma's birthday, maybe any one of such occasion, we should also deliberate that what is our preparedness. Professor Varma laid out few points for the future challenges to live with, but maybe that point and we may be more connected to be effectively delivering our professional duties. With these few words, and Madam, to see you, nice that ma'am, because of the corona we are not able to see you. Nice to see you are sitting with the son next to you, and wonderful, and not able to see Mandira actually, wanted to see Mandira's participation. I saw she was there in the morning, but now I don't see. Sir, at the end, sir, again wish you a very, very happy.
I'm here, Vikash.
Yes. Where are you, Mandira? Yes. Mandira, wonderful to see you. So thank you for that. Thank you, everybody. Yes. Dr. Varma.
Yeah. Over to Dr. Varma, sir.
Thank you, Vikash. Thank you. Yeah, we are so happy that you are back to us. You had gone away. And your contributions are very important. Very important. Keep up. You have many more years of protected time.
Yes. Sir, thank you.
Okay, thank you, because now I request Dr. Mukesh.
At the outset, I wish you a very happy birthday to you. Then a little bit sharing the things to you. 1 minute.
Oh.
Yeah. So everyone spoke about you, that thing. So just I want to share that all people, that how he tingle us and then connect everyone in any places to that thing. So this gives you the picture that how he is with all the time with students and then guide us in all ways to express the happiness. I shared this photo to you, and the happy moment of my life to getting PhD is shown here. The things with the, and as Malti used to tell her, the room number 12 has made us changes for everything what we are now today, because everyone fight for everything and then share everything and happy moment. And also that the part we are in the present stage is because of you. With your wisdom and with your knowledge, we gained everything from you, and we are proud to have that thing. We, with your thing, we scattered all over the world, which is evident today. What we are seeing, everyone in good one or other positions and then doing the things. So thank you very much, sir, for you be with us to have the thing, and wish you a very happy and healthy life for each years to come, and to be guide us in future also. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mukesh. Thank you.
Yeah,
you are a bright star of virology in India.
Brought back some of the old memories. Everybody was looking so young.
Yeah, because, sorry, Barwal.
Yes, sir.
I want to get my guru to meet you people.
Acha, okay.
Okay?
Sure, sure.
I'll just try. Just give me a minute in the meantime.
Okay.
A minute's break, I suppose, because I switched off my phone.
Yeah, this is Anu. Most of you guys are talking about room number 12, but those of us we started in room number 26, I believe.
That's true. Very, very true. Very 26.
So 26 was the center of our world at the time.
Yeah.
26 is the musical chair in our time. 4 persons and 2 chairs.
Oh,
yes. So Raja Mannar and Krishna Reddy, you came together, is it?
Yeah, yeah. And Vani was the senior most, and then Sunil was the next, and after that we too.
Yeah. And Sunil and Rao came together, as far as I remember.
Just to remind everybody, you know, like how I have seen Pappu, like whenever I come there, I always used to see a guy, his face will never be visible, and he will be carrying all these books like this, and then, you know, walking like that. And I asked Vani, who is this guy all the time coming with all these books? And then I've never seen his face, and that is the only thing everybody will say, it's Hanu Pappu. So that is the only vision I have about Pappu those days.
Hello, Adrian, how are you? Oh, good.
Pat is there.
Good to see you, Pat.
Hi, Pat.
I like to meet my friends and students and colleagues. Can you see it? Actually, we are having, you know, this meeting. So it's so nice that people have come from various parts, US, Australia, and so on. No, this is all on Zoom. Yes. Yeah, there are about 125 people. Yeah, that's right. I don't know whether you can see this picture. This gives, that gives you Vani is there.
Bye.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah. So,
So now, is this your 80th birthday?
right, yes, right. It's Corona time, 80th birthday.
The whole world has gone bananas.
I know, yeah.
Absolutely mad. The whole place has gone mad. Here in Australia, it's exactly the same.
True.
It's the end of the nice quiet time we've had during our lives.
Yes, that's true. So you are writing your paper number 2 on COV.
That's what I said about 4 hours ago.
Okay, so let me have a copy because that will be of interest. I will share with the people. Yes. Yeah. Also your COV1.
Well, they demanded that I suggested referees.
अच्छा,
So
okay.
I thought up
अगर आनंद उससे मिल जाए वेबसाइट से
Okay.
suggestions further. And they asked why. They want to know why I was suggesting. I said because she's a very wise person.
Yeah.
She has great wisdom.
Okay.
The second one, I suggested a particular person because he had his name on almost every paper on coronaviruses except this one.
Okay.
And the one, I suggested that lady of Wuhan.
Okay.
You know, the
Sheng Li.
I think just that's right.
Yes.
Take it serious.
I had a meeting with her yesterday. Yes. I will tell you about that. I'll tell you that.
Fantastic.
Yeah. By Zoom. Yeah. So I will again get back to you because these people are just waiting to go. Okay.
Okay.
I will call you again tomorrow. Okay.
Be good.
Okay. Okay. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye.
Again, good afternoon to everyone and respected sir. Many happy returns of the day. We are really fortunate to celebrate your 80th birthday, sir. And I'm always grateful for your love, help, suggestion, and improvement in my career since my PhD time, sir. I remember during my PhD in 82, 83, and you know, the facility at Gorakhpur was very limited. And we were working on characterization of virus on Pisum sativans. So I collected some samples and Professor Varma suggested me to only you can get help regarding because it was a new virus. We did all biological characterization at Gorakhpur, but for serology and electron microscopy at that time, only Varma suggested, and I came to you, and I am really grateful, sir. Only because of you, I did my ELISA and electron microscopy done at IRI, and only I will able to not fully characterize, but only partially characterize the new virus on P at that time. That was a cucuma virus. So again, after that, sir, I got another opportunity to visit you as a postdoc, sir, in 1991. Again, I remember room number 12, no, where we worked all together with all many colleagues, no, at that time, Selva, Kajal, Dr. Vikas, no, and Nina at that time, Dr. Malti. So we had a very good time, sir. I learned all the basic, but especially no, and Dr. Jan. They really helped me, and I really thank that time. But only I get learned all the related techniques for that time. We purified virus, so use regularly ultracentrifugation, and I requested that Dr. Varma time to time I discuss to purify the sugarcane mosaic and maize draft mosaic virus that time. And luckily we got success, and we developed a very good protocol for very high yield of sugarcane mosaic virus at that time, first time in India. And luckily we also developed a very high titer polyclonal antibody. So thank you, sir. Only because of your kind support and guidance, I developed interest in virology. Then I continued to work on different viruses, diseases related to sugarcane. And only the base of sir little exposure at IRI, I got the opportunity to work as a postdoc in University of Illinois on the same topic, sir, sugarcane mosaic and mixed of mosaic virus with Professor Ari Ford. So again, and luckily, then I got appointed in 2010, and I've been regular in touch with you. And I am again feel myself fortunate to be act as a Secretary General under your presidency in Indian Journal of Indian Virological Society for the last 3 years. So I'm really fortunate. I always remember your kind help. Only because of you, sir, I built in my career in virology, and still I'm pursuing. And whatever I am, only because of you, sir. So may God bless you for a very long, healthy, happy, and active working life. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, GP Govind. Your name is very good.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Well, I know you are a very keen worker all the time, and you are doing so well. And I always feel surprised at how you are able to do so much of work. So many things is involved in doing. Wish you all success.
Only your blessing, sir. I still need your blessing, sir, for my rest of my career.
All the time. Wish you great success. And
Thanks,
really, we
thank
are
you very much.
happy that you are now contributing here. Because sugarcane, for those people who may not be knowing, sugarcane was the mosaic virus was the first virus in the country which was investigated as a virus. And the person made in charge of this was Dr. Chona. So he was asked to develop management and control it. So after 3 years of working on it, he submitted a report saying that sugarcane mosaic virus is there, but it's not a problem. With the result, the government demoted him. He was professor, he was made reader, because now sugarcane mosaic was not a problem. So that's a classical case that you have to make a problem, and it is in fact a problem. I have a paper later saying that sugarcane mosaic causes 10% reduction in yield, and you can imagine that 10% will amount to how much of losses. So in fact, what he wanted to say was that it causes only 10%, because at that time concept was disease should kill, complete loss. Then it is serious. But this is very important. Sugarcane viruses are very important, and things have to be done. Thank you.
Kajal, Dr. Kajal.
Everybody is talking about their happy mood, but I want to say something unhappy mood about sad. Because the markets and anybody who worked with sad writing thesis, I took 11 months because that took 2.5 years. Udayan Chatterjee took 3 years, but nowadays students are writing their thesis 3 days, 5 days, 9 days, not month. Anyway, I want to go into things. I got opportunity to come to IRI because I did my master degree with Professor Chitreshwar Sen, the best friend of Professor Varma. He told me, Kajal, you will go and you will take the biological control. And with JP Varma. And JP Varma and Vinita Sen that time are not eligible because they are having 3-4 students. Then what I will do? I become topper in this. Marcus is my friend. Then Marcus, what I will take? Then I took SAD as my chairman. And before that, I did not know what is the virus, what is the plant virology. But anyway, I have learned the plant virology with Professor Anupam Varma. Because I have 3 groups in my plant pathology science. Professor Chitreshwar Sen, Guru of plant pathology, Professor Anupam Varma, Guru is plant virology, and Professor Richard Lee, Dr. Papu, you know, because you have sent me to him for work. He is the teacher He is the guru of molecular plant virology. And Malti madam, shall I take one permission from you? We become plant virologists because do you know, ma'am, what we have learned from the stealing of the pipette man and the ice cream of Mandira's marriage? Because sir has kept all the ice cream in the -20. Me, Supriyo, ma'am, all every day, night we have to take out. And sir has seen after 1 month, no ice cream. And pipette man, Supriyo, do you know, sir has 4, 5, 6 pipette. Because that time the cost of the pipette equal to salary of the principal scientist nowadays. So what ma'am told, Kajol, there is no pipette man, what will do? Sir is having many pipettes in his room. So what will do? And I was always to some extent courageous by heart, not others. By heart I am courageous. So ma'am, then 3, 4, 5. And after 1 month, sir, not 1 month, after 6 months, sir, and then no pipette man. But anyway, sir did not say anything to anybody. So, sir, I am always with you. You are our umbrella, and you have to stay with us. You have to stay with us many more years, and you have to be deal healthy life. I am always with you. We are always with you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Varma, to give me time to speak jolly mood.
Thank you, Kajal, now accepting that what you stole from my cupboard. Those pipette men were my personal pipette men purchased personally.
No, sir, many. It were many. Not one.
I knew when they were disappearing. As and when. The good part is that the things were put to use.
Yes.
Because many times we keep things and then they are not used. So that was good. Thank you, Malti, for taking that away from my room. I know
Bharatwal, 1 minute.
Yeah.
1 minute. Actually, his drawer always was open. And his checkbook, purse, everything used to be there. And we can just take anything, whatever we want. And the same approach he had, whomever wanted to work in room number 12. All that they have to do is to go and tell him, and they have to say that they want to work there, and because they don't have facilities. I can count so many people who had just worked day and night in our lab, and they have got very good papers out of all those work they have done it. Even Professor V.L. Chopra students came and worked in our lab, and that way he never said no to anybody. Let it be anybody. You only don't have to gossip and don't have to create trouble. Otherwise, if you are a working person, you are just welcome. And that is a culture we had.
Just 5 seconds. Dr. Richard Lee has given me your message. Dr. Apu, become friends with people who are not your age. Hang out with people whose first language isn't the same as yours. Get to know someone who does not come from your social class. This is how you see the world. This is how you grow. This is the message I want to give today now.
Supriya?
Yeah. Supriya, yes, very Supriya.
Okay. Yeah, I'm here. Sir and Madam, Mandira Didi, Ashi, it would have been great to meet you all in person today, but because of the unfortunate scenario, we all are doing from our home. And this is another great thing is that JNU is also locked down, so I am at home like my other friends who get access to the lab. So I came to virology by chance. I wanted to work on fungal pathology because I always believed in seeing is believing. The problem happened, there was a child selection those days in BHU was supposed to be by lottery. I got into lab of Madam Sinha, and Madam Sinha told me, you have to be the first student of virology, so you have to work on it. Then a whole life started beginning, and understood that what is rare is incredible to understand. So my first meeting with Sir, it goes back to an afternoon of August in the year 1993, when I approached him to join lab. Because my mentor also told that if you have to do in virology, work with Professor Anupam Varma. And the passion was quite instant. And subsequently, I still remember the first class on interactive virology. I'm sure Chinmoy also remember, on AFID transmission. I understood you were a teacher par excellence from that time. Enjoyed every interaction with you, every moment, from traveling from Ganganagar for collections of cotton lip-curl virus samples from infected fields across, serving, taking a government jeep, traveling from Ganganagar to Patiala, and then catching a train from there at night. Everything went so nicely. To Madam's affection that reminds your mother at home all the time. In fact, the lab ambience those days were very, very exemplary. I must say, with Dr. Malathi, Makesh, everybody, it was evident for our establishment as a latter part of, like what Vikas has told very rightly. The training we got from you, working hard, discipline, ethics, to everything, the atmosphere was so vibrant and exuberant that I personally feel I have spent more time in room number 12 than my hostel room, along with Makesh, my dear friend. And today, whenever we meet with Sir, the major talk will be dominated by scientific questions, or of course primarily dominated by the Gemini virus research. I thank you, sir, for giving me this chance to continue my plant virus research in PhD and subsequently. And you are right now on the 81st orbit around the sun. I pray to Almighty to bless you with good health, and so that your journey continues for a very long time. You have also shown us that age is nothing but a number. It is important for a human to stay young at heart, which you are always. And many happy returns of the day, sir. I also thank everyone for coming online, having a virtual get-together. And I request, sir, give us this reason to meet again and again, and we enjoy this all togetherness. Now, coming back to one small incidence of stealing. Pipette stealing is different. Then some of us used to hoard append drops. So that has to start after 5:30. When people leave, me, Makesh will come out and slowly take out all those append drops from the drawers, and we use up. And the empty bottle is to be kept. So suddenly people notice that how our append drops are getting disappeared, but these are all wrongly hoarding up. So it was another way satyagraha to stage protest against hoarding. And we enjoyed our all activity, and thank you very much, sir, for coming to my life and giving us all the directions we required from every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Supriya. And we are so happy you have developed a school of your own and doing well. Wish you great success. I'm also happy to see that the openness has helped. And that's why we must keep our places open.
Yes, yes.
My room is still open. There is nothing locked, Malti, even now.
Still, yes.
Yeah.
Open.
So that's I'm happy to see that. Okay, it's acknowledgement that it helps. Thank you very much, Supriya.
I will just call a few people who are still waiting, but please be brief so that everybody could be accommodated. Dr. Bhaskar Reddy from Tirupati. Bhaskar Reddy. Yes.
Yeah. First of all, I wish many happy returns of the day, sir. Actually, Makesh and Supriya, myself were the classmates at the Banaras Indian University, and they came 1 year before me to IRI. So after joining this introductory biology course, I love that the way of teaching, that interactive type of teaching. So most of the time, Professor Anupam asks questions to get the answer from the students. The another condition is you must read the chapter before you come to class. Sometimes we don't take class if we don't read the chapter. that was also there. I fascinated by the facilities available at room number 12. Of course, room number 12 is heaven for most of us. And of course, I wanted to work under Varma sir, but because of my merit, those days we have to opt 3 professors. So I got Dr. Halawat sir, where I worked on citrus badna virus. Actually, the exposure in room number 12 and working, almost 20 people are working in that lab. And that helped me a lot to establish a very good lab at Tirupati. This is the finest lab in Tirupati. Almost we spent 7 crore rupees in our university. Now for diagnostics or characterization of viruses, we have the most of the facilities at Tirupati, sir. Really, even today also, I tell how our Professor Varma used to teach, and that interactive type of teaching, not one way, it's a two-way teaching. So that I learned a lot from Dr. Varma, from that lab, particularly from Dr. Halawat sir. I have a smiling face. From other teachers also, particularly Malti madam on the bench. She is whoever walks in room number 12. It doesn't matter whether a student of Varma or a student of Halawat. Everybody has common lab, not like today individual labs. Those days common labs. And Dr. Malti madam is on the bench. So she used to help the students in techniques, in conducting techniques. She used to work up to night 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock. She used to come to our mess and have a dinner and go to home. So really I should thankful to Varma and to Dr. Malti madam and the other seniors and my junior. Even Savan Tripathi is also my junior at Banaras Indian University. So I'm very happy to see many new faces after a long gap, particularly Dr. Neena Mittar. First time I saw her after I left IRA, because we are working in the same room 12 that time. Dr. Hanju Madam Udayan Chatterjee was also there. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your guidance, and whatever I learned from you, whatever I learned from room number 12, helped me to establish a very good lab at Tirupati. Now we're working on pulses and particularly on pulses and groundnut viruses. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bhaskar Reddy. We are very happy you have developed a good lab, because Tirupati used to have lab all the time, but there were some restrictions. But now you have developed.
Yes, sir.
I must visit Tirupati sometimes and see. Let the COVID go away.
Welcome, sir.
Or let
After COVID, once COVID goes, you're welcome, sir.
Dr. Silva. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to say birthday wishes, sir. Very, very happy, healthy birthday, and I wish that you have. I wish and I pray the Almighty to have a healthy days ahead, and many more happy returns of the day. So I would like to just share a few. So though I am not a SAR student directly, but I am also student of room number 12. So in fact, Dr. Israbat and Vikas Mandal somehow through way they entered and got the guideship from SAR, because I was 11th rank. I was looking for virology, but whereas Israbat 12th rank and 14th rank was that time Dr. Vikas. Somehow I want to go, actually I want to do only virology, and I was thinking, no, for your rank, who will allow you to go for Anupam Varma sir? You will not get, they said. So they said, so first attempt if you put, you will not get, they said. So unfortunately I did not put in the option because my rank was 11th. But ultimately they got through, and anyhow, a student means, but otherwise he is my guru, and he has taught me a lot, and his lectures on virology was very fantastic. The nearest room of that head of the department, that's round table, he used to take the book and interact two-way, what Bhaskar Reddy said, two-way process. It was very fantastic. So I would say that though I was not a student directly, but since my virology, affection towards virology, and he was my mentor, I would say, and he was the person who inspired me to stick to with this virology. And thanks, sir. I want to share a few. Like in 1997, SAR invited me to take a project on benchtop diagnostics. That was a big mega project under NATP, and Professor Agalavat sir also took me in that list, and only with the sir's help, I could get that projects and start a small laboratory at National Research Center for Banana. And slowly we started on diagnostic that time. And thank you, sir. And again, sir invited me for a transgenic project, and he gave me a chance to work on the transgenics for developing resistance against Banchi top. And we have got a wonderful lab, and we have got a good events and transgenic times which we developed with only because of this, sir. And again, in fact, I am very, very happy. I am a little good contributor of his novel idea of this NCS TCP on certification, and being a bit part of it. And I am very happy. Sir was mentioning in his talk about certification events, certification developments over the years, and really, I wish that it should. It's going very well, but still, it will strengthen over the years with his assistance and help. And I would like to say, and I was also involved in inviting sir to Coimbatore to help papaya ring spot virus transgenics actually. So somehow it did not happen because of some legal issue. But I am really, this is one of the challenge, developing a papaya ring spot virus resistant transgenics. Today I come to know that Paul Kurana sir's first thesis also was on papaya ring spot virus, and I could see that many 20-25 theses have been come, and still we are not through to get a virus free. Though Anirban now is working, Anirban and Manamogan, they are working using CRISPR-Cas genome editing approach. And SAR has visited our laboratory many times, and my laboratory was the first one to be recognized as a ATL, accredited test laboratory, and he visited in 2006-7, and immediately he approved my lab as an ATL. And with these expectations, we did a lot of testing and diagnostic kits, everything. The encouragement which SAR gave only motivated me to develop such a wonderful facility at Tiruchirappalli. So I'm working on not only on diagnostics, but also transgenics, genome editing, and different aspects we are working here. And I am very happy to listen all the students and all the share with they shared a lot here, starting from Australia to Nina Mitter and Papu and many people. But one thing, and Sir also came here. I invited him to give a lecture for the African nationals, which I was conducting an international training program at Trichy. So I invited him. Sir gave a wonderful lecture here for the African students. Listening to all, I don't know, this is being a community of plant virology community. And I am very happy to say one thing. SAR has contributed such a way. See, any technology which you develop, and you can see after 10 years only its impact. Similar is the case, SAR developed many students in his laboratory, many virologists he created. Now we all established the virology across the country. So the students which he created, to whom he taught, we became all important, and we are contributing for the plant virology. And he's a good in education. He has contributed a lot for plant virology and development. My only one question is that we all should know that somehow we should propose SAR's name for Padma Shri Award. Why can't we propose his name for Padma Shri Award? Because I could see every year the list whether his name is appearing or not. So he has contributed such a great for the plant virology, and I would say even plant pathology, and at various capacities. And in NAS, his contribution was very great. As a dean, he has contributed for education a lot. And I don't want to list out because all you know everything. But I don't know what is the procedure protocol to propose his name for Padma Shri Award, and he's highly deserved for this award. So I request, I don't know what is the method to propose his name and all. So thank you very much, sir, once again. And once again, I wish you a happy birthday and many more days to many happy returns of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Selva, for all your words and wishes for the awards. It's not the awards. The award is from things getting on place, and you are a very important component of it.
I never thought you are not my student. I thought you are my student. I have not prepared a list, but I must be careful. I may include you.
I am your student only, sir. Though I am not your direct student, but I am your student.
Oh, yes, a student is a student of I taught you.
Yeah.
Yes, but the country is proud of the work you are doing.
Thanks.
And the way you have established the lab. Latest visit was about 2 years ago, and I was very happy that you are still connected with the field.
Yes.
And that is very important. Keep it up, and you have a good system.
Yes.
To develop this in a system is not easy.
Yes.
And we have to push on the transgenic work. This is my target now. As I said, I have to start writing rather than just keeping things in mind and explaining like this. We must have it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Convey my regards to Madam is not to be seen here. Madam and Mandra, everyone. My wishes to them.
I had to charge my laptop.
Oh.
That's why I had to shift the location to my office.
Thank you, Dr. Silva. He has really wonderful lab. I happened to visit his lab just a few months back, before COVID, just before COVID.
Okay. Yeah, it is a very nice lab.
Yeah.
Very good. I had the chance of visiting was it 2 years ago, Salma? Slightly over 2 years.
Okay.
I had the pictures I was going to project. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, now we have 5-6 speakers. Everyone has to be little brief. Time is now
Lunch is getting out.
so Shukla ji is there? Yes.
I'm listening quietly, everyone, since morning.
So you can introduce also briefly for the benefit of people.
Yeah.
Let me introduce him.
Thank you so much, sir.
Let me introduce him. Shukla is the main person for NCS TCP, that is National Certification Program for Tissue Culture-Based Plants. So he is on the back. He's the backbone. He's working with DCIL in a very senior position. He's going to be head of DCIL soon, but that is in future. But his contribution and the way he follows up is enormous. Come on, Shuklaji.
Thank you so much, sir. We are blessing in this auspicious occasion. So I wish you, sir, very, very happy birthday. Many, many happy returns of the day. My due regard to ma'am. As sir introduced, I am working BCIL for last 1.5 decades. I'm not the plant virologist. I did work in commercial plant tissue culture as a previous assignment before joining BCIL. Also, I'm not the official student of sir, but you can say I am the student. Because whenever I meet, I learn a lot. This system started in 2006, and as Dr. Silvarajan told, it was the visit with NRC Banana Trichy. And that time it was from the scratch. And now this is a well-established system, though still we are learning and we are improving day by day, because it's a dynamic system and we keep on learning. So whenever we meet, we learn, always learn. So in that sense, I'm the student of Professor Varma Saab. I'll not take much time because all the speakers, students, and all senior person, they spoke a lot. But in lighter mood, whenever we travel with our expert like Dr. Salim Ravin, Dr. Barnwal, we often used to say, Dr. Varma Saab is just like a superstar of plant virology, the way Amitabh Bachchan is the superstar of Bollywood. So similarly, Dr. Varma Saab, Professor Varma is the superstar of plant virology. One thing I want to mention at this occasion, in NCS TCP, as I told, it was from the scratch, from 15 years, it has been now well-established program. So he's chairing certain important committee. And one thing is amazing, I never told to Varma Saab, but from whenever there is any reference, always he will recall, we discussed this in that meeting. So this is the sharpness of memory and very difficult to believe. Always he can quote, in that meeting we discussed this, and it is true. It is well recorded on that. So thank you, sir, for all the blessing and support. And we hope that we'll keep on receiving your support, guidance for implementing the program for NCS TCP for the benefit of country, for the benefit of farmers. Like all the SOPs are there in place.
Yeah.
Now labels with the barcode. And sir has, like, it is very amazing to see that attention to detail, how this each number will decode those information. So thank you, sir, guiding us so well, meticulously whenever required, for all the support during meeting, after the meeting, during site visit. And I have been fortunate to travel with sir in many places, just starting from Trichy and many, many more. So sir, wish you all the good health. I can't comment on the scientific this thing, so all experts are there. But one thing I want to say, sir has amazing management skill. How to manage things, that is key learning from Varma sir. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Wish you very, very good health. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shuklaji. Your support is very important for the country, and continue your work. And not only that, we have to develop the certification program for all vegetatively propagated crops.
Yes.
I'm sure it will come.
Thank you, sir.
Savarni Tripathi. Savarni.
Wish you very happy, healthy and long life on this day. And I want to share just a very brief event that when I came to IRI.
अभी नहीं करो, अभी डरना नहीं है, बताओ.
नहीं डर नहीं रहा हूँ. So when I came to IRI, because that year only 2 candidates qualified from outside IRI, one of me and another from TNU. And then when I see my seniors, because Supriya Chakravarti, Makesh, Reddy, they are my senior from BHU. So when I came and they know all the people coming from BHU, they are joining Bara number, room number 12. So I thought something is there, so I visited room number 12. And then I saw very good lab and this thing, and Makesh was working on transgenic at that time. And he was hanging this leaf for bioassay of the viruses. So, and that was so fantastic. So I thought, okay, I'll join the virology. And then I went to, then he said, actually, it was fortunate or unfortunate because nobody opted virology that time. So I was the only in virology. So sir told me, are you really want to work in virology? I said, yes, sir. He said, no, you can think. Then I say, no, I'm decided that I want to work in virology and I want to work with you only. Then after that few days, it in suspense. Then he say, okay. And then at the evening, I went to hostel and talked to Supriyo. He was my immediate senior. Then I told him that I have opted for virology. Then he said, who's your guide? I say, Dr. Anupam Varma. He said, wow, so you gone now. So then that first interaction was that I went again and meeting to see that what are my thesis is going to be. Then he said, no, you don't know anything about biology, so start reading. I said, okay. Then I was collected some paper and read and went to see him again. And that was a room, it was not the head room, actually the another room that close to virology.
Professor.
And I was waiting like, yeah. So, and there I was waiting and he was busy in something. He said, okay, wait outside, I will call you. And then I was waiting and it was become 9 o'clock in night. Then he was, I don't know, he was about to go home. He said, oh, you still waiting? I say, yes, sir. I said, come. Then we went inside and then he gave me half an hour time to discuss all this thing and how to do it. And that was very fantastic meeting. And I thought he was looking scary, but he's a very nice person. So, and that was one thing I remember. And then that was started that, and Madam Mrs. Varma, she used to call me Mr. Tomato because my thesis was on tomato. And and then it was very nice experience, sir. And I was very happy that time in virology. though it is very easy to share, but during that time it was sometimes difficult. All the students know that when you go through the thesis correction, that takes like years and years. And but it was very nice experience, very nice learning, and it is an achievement that you graduated from that lab. And I again want to thank you that my co-chairman Dr. Jain, he was helped me a lot during my work, and Dr. Malti, she was really in the very close. All the like real mentor is Dr. Malti, that in the room number 12, that everybody whatever problem has can easily reach there. And other colleagues there that time, Supriyo, Makesh, Reddy, and Kajalda, Chinmay, all other friends. And so it was very nice experience and still very good learning. And thank you, sir, very much. Whatever you taught us in the science and also in the life. So thank you very much and wish you very happy birthday.
Thank you, Savarni, for joining in. Yes, we have not told many bad things, no?
No, it will be private, sir. Private.
List it out. But you were very good. You are very quiet. What he did not tell that he made IRI students to go on strike. He was instrumental. that he might have forgotten now.
I did not know that. Very nice.
Would like to. He wanted to get relief from his work because he has completed everything. So I said, okay, I will give you relief. Bring the certificate. So he brought the certificate. So I read 1, 2, 3 items. One was that he should have given a seminar. I said, have you given the seminar? He said, no. I said, then how are you saying that? You have to give seminar. So students at IRI were getting away without giving seminar. And therefore they went on strike that now seminar is essential. Do you remember, Savarni? Savarni, do you?
I lost the connection, so I could not get.
Okay. When your friend learned that you have to give a seminar of the thesis before getting relief, then there was a strike in IRI.
No, that's
I think it's
this is not with that one.
Okay. Anyway, so you are historical, my dear.
Professor Anupam Varma, organizers of this function, and my dear friends. So my first meeting with Professor Anupam Varma was when he visited Dr. Muniappa at the US Bangalore. It was in year 1989. Since Dr. Muniappa was out in the UK that time, so myself and Bikash was there in the same lab with Muniappa. So we had the chance to interact and show our work to Professor Varma. So we were fascinated by his way of guiding and probing everything. So I think I decided at that moment that somehow I should get into IRI. So the very day I started my preparation, and next by September 1990, I landed in IRI. And so that's how I landed in IRI. And my first impression was in the introductory plant virology. So that is MPP 101. So his style of teaching, I think I can never forget that. So very unique way, and it should be a model to emulate all teachers. So as Dr. Reddy already told that he used to tell in previous day what he's going to teach next day. So we are all supposed to read and go. So he used to come with some few OHP sheets. So he will come and he will first ask whether anybody has not read, he will ask. But everybody will keep mum. Then okay, soon we'll come to know, he will say. Then the first OHP will start, and then we'll start bombarding with questions. So anyway, it is all clearing our doubts. The concept making it very, very clear. Even I can tell, even after 26 years, I can just remember whatever he has taught. It is still fresh in my mind. So that's the way I think that is one unique model one anybody should emulate. Then I am lucky that I was allotted to Dr. Varma for my PhD, and he said I should work on potyviruses. So then I was also lucky that at the same time Dr. Jain, he returned from Dr. D.D. Shukla's lab from Australia. He said you will be helping you. So I was lucky that Dr. Jain was with me all through, and Dr. GP Rao also for some time he was there with us. So then I should also remember my colleagues, Dr. Arundar was our senior, Udayan and Anju, they were our seniors. Then Bikash, myself, Selvaraj, Dilip Ghosh were all together. And I think I should not forget mentioning backbone of room number 12, Dr. Malati. I think we never treated her as a staff. We were always treated as a colleague, students only. So because she was always moving students rather than staff. So I think she used to also give more than 12 hours a day. So we used to work even late night, even up to midnight sometimes. So then hand over the key at Professor Varma's house and then go. So those are really memorable days, very cohesive and very positive attitude. Then after completing my PhD also, so I after joining the ARS, my first posting was at IRA. So again, I got a chance to work with Professor Varma. So I was continuing my potty virus work, and in between started working on later top viruses and ELAR viruses. And at this junction, I should also mention about Dr. Papu. I was there with him for just 1 year, but I think that really also impacted my life like anything. I would say the systematically organized, then writing manuscripts. I really still remember those days. So because what usually we used to do is when you write a manuscript, no, when it is rejected, we used to have that fear whether to communicate again or not. But he said, no, it is a learning. So every time we will get new ideas from the reviewers. So that way we will improve. I think that I made it a point, even now also that's my point. So we communicated with a tough journal so that we get good reviews. So good comments, good criticism. So we will improve upon. So I thank Dr. Pappu, still remember, and I'll definitely thank him for this molding me in this. Yes, thank you. Then yeah, then I was with the Professor Varma till his national professorship because 2002 I moved to Calicut. So now I am working on viruses of spices. So all I am now is because of Professor Varma and all others who have trained me in ACPV. So I should be really thanking each one of them. And then just maybe time is a short, I will not have much time to tell many things. So, but in general, although gigantic in appearance, Professor Varma is very kind in his heart, very social. And I should also remember about Madam Prabhati Madam. So she was so social, so good host, I would say all the time. Madam already told posting lunches and dinners in her house. So she used to take of everybody. You should ask, tum kaya nahi, she used to inquire everybody about whether you have eaten or not. Ever smiling, madam, always. And I also remember Dr. Mandira. She used to join many of the lunches and dinners also. Because Abhijit, we never met because by the time I think he was already in the US. So we were not having much touch with him. So overall, sir, I would like to say in this auspicious day, my family joins with you, with me, in wishing you a happy and wealthy, this peaceful life ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ishwar. Thank you. You are a brave boy of virology. People may not remember, Ishwar was selected for ARS. And by that time, his thesis was not complete and he was supposed to go and join. And he said, no, he will give away ARS, but he would complete his thesis. This is rare to find that confidence. And of course, he got an ARS the next year. So you are a brave Ishwar. Okay? And and he's helping even now. He's helping me for something. I'm not declaring that at the moment. I'm not forgotten, my dear.
I'm not started.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ishwar. Yes.
Yeah.
Just 1 minute. I mean, I would like to mention that Dr. Bhatt was one PhD student who could complete his PhD thesis in a shortest possible of time with Dr. Varma. That shows the amount of the work he did in a shortest possible of time by spending more time in the lab,
Yeah.
And that is his credit.
Very true. Very true.
Thank you, Dr. Ishwar. And
Thank you, sir.
Chinmay Biswas is waiting for a long time.
Yes.
Who did his MSc with Professor Anupam Varma. So, Dr. Chinmay.
Yes, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, you are audible very well.
Sir, wish you very happy birthday.
Thank you, Chinmay. Thank you.
I did my MSc under direct guidance of Professor Anupam Varma. I was fortunate enough. People were jealous of me that I was doing MSc under his guidance, because many people could not do PhD under him, and I was doing MSc under Professor Anupam Varma. So actually at that time I was very young. Just after completion of BSc from BCKV, West Bengal, I went to IRI, room number 12, Plant Pathology Division. You see my condition, how I was. I was poor in English, I was poor in Hindi, but I had to interact with Professor Varma. Many senior scientists, principal scientists was afraid of interacting him. When I used to come out of his room, somebody was asking something to me. Malti ma'am told, don't ask anything, Chinmay, settle him for 15 minutes. Because one has to think for 15 minutes what sir asked and what I answered. Because I may forget what I told to him, but he will remember. And he will ask in the next meeting that you told these things, what you have done. So he was so much analytical, so much meticulous in his action. I learned not only virology from him, I learned many things from him. I learned many ethics of life from him. I learned how to talk, what not to talk. At that time, I was not knowing. Many things I talked to him, but what I was not supposed to. So this way I got matured under his guidance. Sir, I remember at that time we used to get photographs from our photo lab. And if I give samples, they used to take 7 days. I got photographs within 2 days. Sir asked me, did you take my name there? How could you get photographs so early? If I tell yes, I took his name, so he will be angry. If I say no, then how I got these photographs so early? So I got clever, slowly. I told, no sir, I didn't take your name, but they know that I am your student. So, and these things I learned from Supriya. Supriya Chakravarti was my senior, and he used to teach me how to interact with sir. So slowly, I learned, and I learned science. I learned many things. That it is a very short time. I cannot talk everything. But sir, as Amitabh Bachchan's quotations are very famous. Sir, your quotations are also, even at the age of 50, I tell your quotations to my son, to my colleagues. Once, sir, you told, I don't like spoon feeding. You told that you have gray matter, try to use that. You used to tell, I never order, I always request. But you should consider my request as an order. Sir, we all liked your words. We liked you very much, sir. You are under your guidance. We have learned many things. You are a fatherly figure. Wish you very happy birthday, and I wish that you will remain so long for us. Thank you, sir.
And thank you, Chinmay. Thank you. It was a pleasure having you. And thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So we have stretched beyond our scheduled time by more than 1 hour, but still, if because there are people who would like to speak.
I think Pappu, it must be getting very late for Pappu.
Yeah.
No problem, sir. I'm enjoying it. It's really rare opportunity. Yeah, it's about 2 o'clock, but it's very quiet. So
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Pappu. Kalyan Mandal, I can see.
Just make one comment.
Rakesh wants to say
something.
Rakesh wants to say something.
You see, I would like to mention one thing which, of course, Professor Varma has already said, that Pappu has really played a very key role in developing the human resource as far as virology is concerned for India. I mean, as Professor Varma said, that he has hosted, maybe more than 20, either a faculty or the students from India, and perhaps I remember his one comment very clearly even now, after 10 years or 15 years, that I was the most expensive postdoc who visited his lab,
अच्छा शिवलिंगम का नहीं हुआ, बोल देते हैं.
I hope Dr. Pappu remembers that he used to comment that you are the most expensive postdoc who visited my lab. Actually.
And one of the most productive, yes.
Thank you.
Sir, one of your last student is still waiting.
Oh, yes, Shivlingam.
Dr. Shivlingam.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Sir, good afternoon. Good afternoon and wish you happy birthday, sir. Many happy returns of the day.
Thank you, Shivlingam. Thank you.
Sir, I would like to give a remembrance of this in front of this gathering. So I am very happily enjoying from the morning, and here it's a lockdown, so we are at home, and my family member also, Kalevani and Abhidandan also given a happy birthday to you, sir.
Oh, thank you. Thank
Sir,
you.
and I am in sort of time, I don't want to share many moments, and I would like to say that I am the last student, and I have the responsibility also in the future to take your ideas and wisdom, philosophy, everything to till my end of the life, sir. That is, I am taking a promise on today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Shivlingam. You are the torch bearer.
Yes.
And the good part is that your mandate is entire country.
Sure, sir. Yes, sir.
Which many other people don't have.
Sure, yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes,
so
sir.
You are the real torch bearer. Wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
So, anyone else I can invite otherwise, but Dr.
Sir, just.
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Sir, actually, when I joined IRI, then I just understand that he's one of the good friend of my mentor, late Professor Jivan Prakash Varma. And it was so nice that sir gave me then guidance later on. But unfortunately, Professor Varma could not survive long because due to his ill health. And then I just, you can say, as a second mentor, I just took sir guidance, sir mentorship, and other, even for other reason also, because regarding other suggestions, what to do, what not to do, even regarding bacteriological recent problem, he also made me abreast about the latest happenings in the plant bacteriology, all these things. So it's a kind of even though I feel that my direct mentor is not here, but it's a kind of fatherly means you can say affections with sir, and it's a kind of, you can say, constant learning from him. And whenever he assigned any job, I feel that it is a kind of privilege for me. It is a kind of things to finish it. Though I am not a student of virology, but being a student of bacteriology, it's a kind of matter of privilege for me to have your guidance, have your blessings throughout my life. And I wish you a very happy returns of the day and long lives ahead, so that you can keep on blessing us, particularly me like a offshoot, but still I feel that I am in the main branch. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Barnwal, for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kalyan. You have the connection of room number 26.
Yes.
Okay.
That I cannot forget.
Room number 26 is nothing but from there, room number 12 was born.
Yes.
Okay, so you consider yourself to be part as Pappu is. Pappu is also room number 26.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are very happy, but people should know the experience which you gained in Himachal Pradesh.
Yes.
Working in a very difficult area.
That is sir, also due to
I only wish you were to continue for some more time. You would have had a good virology and bacteriology lab there.
So just I wanted to mention that due to his guidance only, I just joined there, because it was a really...
No, it's not joining, I'm talking about that place.
Yes, that place is also very unique.
It's a very difficult terrain. I have not been able to go there.
Yes.
So it is so
difficult. It remains snow covered. So 6 months mostly it remains snow covered, and I think it is a very tough terrain.
so one cannot move.
Okay, thank you, Dr.
Thank you, sir.
Kalyan.
So Parimal Sinha.
Parimal Sinha, yes.
Yes, sir.
I was
Hello,
just going
sir.
to call Parimal.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Hello, sir. Many wishes for your happy birthday. And also, I would like to thank Madam. Also was there. Now she's not there. No problem.
Yeah, because I
Nice to see. I do not have much to share that interest you. Other guys, they share. All are interesting, but I do not have that kind of stories to tell. I would like to add to Sir's or Professor Varma's repertoire when he speaks specifically about the modern. Sir, you said every time you speak of modern, the E component is missing. You said that we have neglected. But I would like to say for your happy note that I have given a lot of time last 1.5 years to get a decent result on this aspect, epidemiology, the population dynamics. So I would like to request you next time when you speak about this modern, you say that in my umbrella means your umbrella, this component is not missed out. It is growing. That is my submission. And thanks everybody. Thanks Papu sir. He is still here. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much, Parimal. Just for the sake of people to know that actually that comment I always make to induce him to come out with some good results, because it was very difficult. He would remember I virtually forced him to take the epidemiology. You remember that?
Yes, sir. I'm not taking interest seriously
I would
initially.
also like to say, when I took Parimal as a student, somebody told me why you have taken him as a student. And I told him that he has agreed to work on epidemiology. So I wish you best, my dear sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
If you do well, it's my success.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay. But what I'm trying to say is that many people have to do work on epidemics. They must look into the epidemics and prepare for the future.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Sir, thank you, Dr. Parimal.
Thank you.
Sir, I am going to call Dr. Parikh, who is always being mentioned by you on a strong memory of his PhD viva. So I will call Dr.
Sure.
Very happy birthday to you, sir. It's a big occasion for you. It's a big occasion for you, your family, your relations, and I'm very happy to be here. I will quickly say 2-3 points. First time I came to know about you was through your book, Plant Viruses, written for NCERT. And I just love that book. I purchased that book 3 times, but still I don't have a copy of it, because in hostel life the book would be taken by my friends and it would never return. And then when I joined ARS, of course, I used to come to you whenever I used to be in trouble or to take your advice. That was first time when the greenhouse maps were made, and then I came to you. You said that to keep a minimum temperature beyond 20 degrees. That means you asked me to keep it 18 degrees, and ultimately the instruments were purchased for 16 degrees. So when the minimum temperature was 16 degrees, it would be kept up to 18 degrees, and I could grow for 1 year all the temperate fruit crops in Delhi for 1 year. And then second time I came to you when was electron microscope was sanctioned, and I came to know. And then when I joined ARS, of course, I used from you the special way of making the room. It should not have any shocks, because that NP was very near to the road. And of course, third time was when I wanted to reject one consignment of citrus, and its phytosanitary certificate. It was not tested for citrus tristeza virus. And in my office, I want to take your advice. That was first time when why you want to reject this consignment. But then I said I will take advice from Dr. Anupam Varma, and my colleagues readily accepted. And when I came to you, you point blank asked me to reject that sample. And when I told to my seniors, head of the department, they readily agreed and they rejected that budwood sample of citrus. I don't remember from which country it came. 20 degrees. That means you asked me to instruments were purchased for 6 states through your advice and intervention. So when the, of course, our association was so large and so fruitful when till I worked in India. And even after we are of course associated, I am so glad that you had advised me and you have guided me in my career. So thank you very much, and I wish you very happy birthday once again on your 80th birthday.
Very much, Dataraj. Understanding was Dataraj, what you said, why I refer to him, because his Viva time was my most interesting journey by road from Delhi to Pantnagar. And I always remember, so I will recite that some other time because it's going to take time. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. मेरे ख्याल से we have Anirban, Dr. Pan, Dr. Pun, Dr. Baso. So many people are lined up. I don't know if we can stretch.
Good idea.
Yeah. So Anirban, we can start. Anirban, of course, he was part of the whole program.
Does Mandira want to say something?
Yeah, Dr. Mandira.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to, but I think there are other people lined up. So maybe after they're all done.
Okay, okay.
Hi, Papu.
Yeah, Anirban is not there.
Yes,
so
sir.
we can. Yes, Anirban. Just be brief.
Anirban is with Rajendra Pant label.
Basically, a very happy birthday, sir. I recall the first day in IRI. The first class was the introductory virology class, and the class was at 8 o'clock in the morning in the cold. And all of our 4 students, we reached to division at 8:02. 8:02, and you just stand outside the gate and you just told us that it is 8:02. I will not take any class today. So that is the first introduction of all of us with you. And then we, from that day, actually, we remembered that what is the importance of maintenance of time. And after that, when he took the class, from that day onwards, I got a fascination that one day I have to come to IRI to teach like you. And that actually created a zeal in me that I should, wherever I get posting, I should develop my biodata in such a way. So if there is only one post vacant for IRI, I should get only that, because I need to be there and teach like you one day. So that is the inspiration. And though I was not lucky to have you as a chairman, but definitely Dr. Malti guided me and directly I was her first student, and I was indirectly associated with you in the room number 12. And in all my times, actually in our times, there was 6 years, there was no ERS, and when the ERS was announced, and from the division I got the chance with all the senior people who were there, only I got the chance. And that time sir actually tried a lot of things with ministry and everywhere so that I can get an opportunity at IRI. Even he talked to Dr. S.M. Paul Kurana if I can go there, but nothing was happening. I went to Jute Kaiser, and that time sir told me go there and make a dent there. And I tried my level best to do something for the Jute. And then in all the, I got several awards, and I am really, I'd like to share that in all those awards, sir only nominated me, and even in INSA and other many awards, he fight for me. In INSA, I remember sir fight for me that in general INSA agriculture people do not get any opportunity because we don't have that kind of publication level like in medical and other people. So sir fight for me that in case of agriculture, the journals are not that high rated, so why not you consider him? And he personally sit in my interview viva, though he was not in the committee, but as
What happened to voice?
he was there. So, sir, I am very much fortunate that you always give your blessings. Even when I was in NBPGR, sir regularly asks me about what I am doing. He wants to come to field, and several times he came to field to see what I am doing. Until now, always he tries to tell me that you have to do a very good amount of work so that the next generation can see from you. So thank you, sir, that the blessings which you give to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anirban. Yeah, we have great hopes for you, and what you are doing is very good. I'm very happy to see that you are progressing very well. Wish you great success, my dear. You are also the important flag bearer. You are there until what? 2040?
Yes. 37.
37. Okay, nearly 40. I'm looking for the people for 2040 plus. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Pant is there, Dr. Pant.
Thank you for, I would like to congratulate you for your this 80th birthday. So I first met Professor Varma the first time in 1982 when I joined as a research fellow in IERI, in the Division of Plant Pathology, in Plant Virology section. In a project, the PI was Professor V.V. Chedelu and Dr. M.D. Mishra were there. So the first work he assigned me, after some days, he has given me some library cards and told me, you just collect some literature on plant viruses from the library. So for the last 3-4 months, I collected the literature of all the viruses, of plant viruses from the library and submitted to him. Later, after the establishment of Advanced Center for Plant Virology, so I was fortunately attached to that lab and worked under him and had opportunity to work in various capacities there. Then actually in the, this Mukesh Srivastava was looking after the electron microscopy room, which was established during this ACPB. So when he left this electron microscopy lab, the responsibility of electron microscopy was given to me. So during that period, actually, he frequently used to visit electron microscopy lab because that time all the works related to plant virology actually this electron microscope used to play a very important role. And all people, they were doing this purification, host range, everything. So in that electron microscopy played an important role, and everybody used to come the electron microscopy. So then I had a very close relationship with him during those period. I was there about 10 to 12 years in electron microscopy lab. So when I left this plant division, actually in 2007, I joined National Research Center for Orchids. So I remained contact with him about the viruses, these orchid viruses. In between, I used to meet him personally in his chamber and discuss about the orchid viruses. So he advised me so many things about orchid viruses, their production of this diagnostic and all these things. So personally, I found Professor Varma as soft-spoken, always encouraging, kind and supporting, but at the same time ever demanding complete dedication, eagerness, and promptness in executing work. So I sincerely wish you a very happy and healthy and long life, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Panji. Thank you. Wish you continued good work. Electron microscopy is very important and you are in charge of it. I
Okay,
have
sir.
not been able to go to your lab recently, but must start.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
In my 80s. Yeah.
Yes.
Dr. Pun is there, then we can have Mandira.
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Many happy returns of the day, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, I just recall my first meeting with you. It was one of the hot summer forenoons in the last week of May 1994. When I met you for the first time, and I was very much impressed, as everyone used to be, by your imposing personality. And in that division, at that time, I was undergoing my PhD program at Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, and as an in-service candidate from Assam Agricultural University. And before I met you, then I first went to room number 12, and I met Malti madam, and she also advised me to meet you to discuss about my PhD work. What I was doing at Tamil Nadu Agricultural University.
Yes.
Then I met you, and I felt that everyone in the division were in awe of you. But I don't know why, but everyone was very much in awe of you. And but when I met you, then I found you very open-hearted and straightforward in your opinions. I discussed my PhD program research work with you, and for about half an hour, and your encouragement and valuable advice and suggestions also helped me to carry out my PhD work. And in the course of time, in 2002, I joined IRI Engineer Station Kalimpong, and as the senior scientist and in charge. After joining my assignment, I came to know that the whole establishment of IRI Engineer Station at Kalimpong was burned down to ashes during 1986 to 87 agitation, and consequently the research activities of this station were hampered, and there was no scientific manpower, there was no infrastructure. At one time, ICR was thinking over to merge the station with ICR Northeastern Hill Region, Badapani, Meghalaya. But it would not have been possible, but due to your efforts only, that IRI Regional Station Kalimpong still remains a part of IRI. Later on also, when I was in Kalimpong, then you were very much instrumental in bringing a DST funded project on production of planting materials of large cardamom and citrus in the station during 2003 to 2004. And during that period, as the executive member of the DST project monitoring and evaluation team, you have visited several times at IRI Regional Station Kalimpong, and we had several chances to interact with you. Later on, you also tried very hard that IRI Regional Station Kalimpong becomes accredited for the DBT's national certification system for tissue culture raised plants. But somehow, due to the lack of scientific and technical manpower, that could not be realized. But we all know, sir, that your contribution to the growth of plant virus research in India is monumental, and it sets a milestone for all the workers in the field of plant virology, sir. And on your 80th birthday, sir, I pray for your very happy, peaceful, and long life, sir. That is.
Thank you, Dr. Pon. You are a very quiet worker, and all the time the work which you have done at Kalimpong is well known and people appreciate that. I hope it continues longer. And now you are engaged in many more other activities. Wish you all the best.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mandira. I'm sorry to make you wait, but now.
It was.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so first of all, happy birthday, Papa. I couldn't see him in the morning because he was getting ready, and now I can see why. And thank you, Dr. Barnwal and Shelly and Vikash for organizing this, such a wonderful meeting. Of course, I'm really proud to be Papa's daughter, and every time I get to attend such meetings, that feeling is multiplied many-fold. Um, and I'm also proud to be my mother's daughter because I think a huge part of this success should be credited to her for keeping things peaceful at home, even though he was so busy all the time. Um, and I don't know how many of you know, but I think I'm one of the oldest students. Um, and I've had the experience of both room number 26 and room number 12. And so, Papu, here I'm one up on you because it was not MSc or MD, but my 12th standard project that I did under Papa. And that was on tobacco mosaic virus. And Vani was my immediate guide. And I got to visit your glass houses with Vani and also use the pestle and mortar. That was the first time I did that. And that was my first experience of a scientific lab. So actually, you are my teachers. And then I got to experience room number 12 with Malti as my immediate guide. And then I was doing my MD. And I still remember those days. I remember our 6 o'clock gunpowder Italy break with Vikash also. And I remember there was a time when I was working and Malti was standing over my head seeing that I was working. And then someone walked in as one of the students, I don't remember now who it was. And he was very scared and he said he wanted to see Dr. Anupam Varma for something. And Malti said, oh, the old man isn't there. So the student was so happy. He said, oh, wow, the old man isn't there. And he sort of, danced a little bit. And then I got up from my chair and he saw that I was sitting right there. But that experience of the lab and the scientific atmosphere, it just showed me that you can do really serious work and still have humor and openness all the time. So that I thank everyone here and thank you for all the beautiful memories that I've had with so many of the people here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandra. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm proud of your daughter. Well, I just want to say that room number 12 has been mentioned several times. But the best comment which came for room number 12 was that when it was established, then, ICR did not like it much. But when Dr. M.V. Rao wanted to come and he visited, then he wrote on the visitor's book, which I'm sure it must be still there, that he's happy that at last in ICR there is a lab which can be shown to visitors. And room number 12 was such a small little place. But the more important was that it was all open, no locked in shelf in room number 12 and active. So we are very happy that we had a really very good group of people working there. It's not the lot of space, it's the atmosphere which you created. Thank you very much, all of you.
Yeah, thank you.
Contributing to that.
Sir Basuraj has come back. Basuraj is there, one person left. We can one Dr. Basu. Yes.
He will be there beyond 2040.
Oh, really? That's good.
Yeah. He is going to be there beyond 2040.
Because that's a club we have to really promote. Yes.
Promote.
Yes.
Can we?
Hello.
Okay, Basu.
Hope I am audible now, sir.
You are audible.
Thank you, sir. Sir, first of all, I would like to wish you a happy birthday. Although I have wished you on WhatsApp, and now I am having a privilege to wish you in front of you. And some of the points I was pointing out, sir, when the other people are wishing you. There I found many are your students. They got a student and they got guided by to to be a student and
I got your blessings. But in that case, I am feeling very much jealous
guided by you,
that I
and I got
got
your
born very
blessings.
lately.
But
I would have
in
born
that
20,
case,
30 years back,
I am feeling
so
very
that I
much
could
jealous.
have nurtured under you. Nonetheless, you have given so much.
Sir, just I am wishing you a great journey ahead and happy times. And as one point I have noted that someone said that you are Bhishma, and I really consider you as a Bhishma for our virology. And if my wishes comes true and you accept it, I wish that God may give you a blessing again, that you can have wish that Ichamaran that Bhishma was having. That kind of thing you should have, and so that everyone should get nurtured by you until and unless you wish not to guide or not to nurture. Thank you very much for being with us, sir. And I wish you again a happy birthday.
Thanks for giving an opportunity.
Thank you, Asoraj. Government does not allow Ichamaran these days. Otherwise, that would be good. Yeah.
So
everybody
has shared his thoughts and experiences.
Oh, yeah, just a quick one. I'm really happy to actually join this event. So thank you all for this, and especially Dr. Baranwal, Anupam, Rakesh. And I think one thing I noticed is someone mentioned how cohesive the group who worked with Dr. Varma over the years. And some of you I have never met, but I think we share that kinship and a special bond. I don't think any other lab in the division or in IRA, I don't think they can boast that. I think that is something we all should feel very lucky to be part of. And yeah, but again, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
In fact, we have a special thank for Dr. Hanu Pappu. He has stayed till the end.
Yeah, what time it is there?
It must be 2:30 or 3 in the night.
It's almost 3 o'clock, yes.
3 o'clock in the morning. Good heavens.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to miss a party. Great party. Yes.
Yeah, your party is overdue.
Vani is also there.
Yeah, Vani.
Oh, yes.
It's not too late for her. Vani's time is about 9 o'clock.
Oh.
9 o'clock, yeah. What time it is with you, Vani?
It is about 7:40.
7:40.
That's good. That's
Yeah. It's not late.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Dr. Banwal, I'll take 1 minute.
Right, sure.
Yeah, this is, I'm glad that Professor Varma has made one resolution. That is that he will spend more time now on writing. So my request is that, in my opinion, after Gibbs and Harrison basic textbook of virology, we did not have any good textbook on virology. Maybe it's just my suggestion that you could spend time on writing a basic textbook on virology with more of the work from Indian scenario. Perhaps you could think of when you are spending time on writing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rakesh. You have spoken from my heart. Because I have been wanting to do that for 10 years. So now, in this 80th resolution, we should do it. We'll do it gently with people.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
you. Okay, sir. Thank you, Dr. Jain, for giving your wonderful idea. At the end of this session, I think it has been quite long since we started at 10:30. And most of us has glued to their computer system or mobile system. And I must thank first Professor Varma to agree to be there for us to wish him all the very best. Especially, I must thank my colleague, Dr. Shelly Praveen, Dr. R.K. Jain, Dr. Anupam, and all the members of virology unit who met once, and then we crystallized the whole program. And they supported us from in organizing this online, which was for the first time we are doing in the virology center. So we hope we will continue to do this again and again to meet each other, because the COVID is not going to away sooner. And I also thank our director who made it a point to be present and gave his remarks and his shared his experiences with Professor Anupam Varma. I also thank all his students, basically, particularly those who were from outside India, Dr. Hanu Papu especially, Dr. Neena Mittar, Dr. Guru Gopal, Dr. Vani, Dr. Arundhar, and all his students, also his colleagues, particularly Professor Ajit Verma, Dr. Y.S. Halawat, we missed him to hear, and also all the students who had graduated from virology center, maybe not directly guided by Professor Anupam Varma, but definitely all were students of Professor Anupam Varma. He was a teacher. So one cannot say that he is not directly the student of Professor Varma. All are students of Professor Varma. In fact, I am feel sometimes odd person out like Dr. G.P. Rao, but I had two dreams in my life. After when I joined ARS in 1985 at CPCI Kasargod and then posted at Mohit Nagar, I did my PhD in virology, and I had always a dream that if I have to succeed in virology, I have to be at IRI, at Advanced Center of Plant Virology. And the other dream that I had to get exposure in US. And both the dream could be possible only because of Professor Anupam Varma. When I joined in 99 at IRI, the very next year I got opportunity to go to US, and then I fulfilled my both the dream, and that I give whole credit to Professor Anupam Varma, because he did not know me. He did not know me, except that I met him in 1985 for my PhD work. I visited here, and he drove me in his Fiat car to the farmers' hostel. I remember that day, and since then I was trying, and it took almost 14 years to be part of this high learning of virology in India. And with this remark, I once again thank all of you for joining this great function and wishing Professor Verma a healthy and wonderful life ahead. Thank you all.